Good. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Just think it's fitting that we maybe do a moment of silence this morning. I got to attend Cold Lake Junior High. We had a young gentleman named Connor Clayton Elliott, and he's a real ambassador for the school. He took me everywhere. He showed me every nook and cranny in the school. And then the little guy did the poem, the famous Poppy poem there in Flanders Fields. And when I was a kid, I didn't mean much to me until I went to the Ukraine and I was overlooking the countryside and it was full of poppies and, my grandmother had, been in war bunkers and stuff and I kind of broke down years ago looking at that and the poem never meant much to me years ago, but you go there in Europe and you take a look at a poppy field like that, it really sinks home. So, and that little guy did an awesome job, the whole school. We had a fellow out from the base. He remembers all the friends that he lost, and he lost a lot. He's a young man yet. He's maybe 40-some years old, and he lost a lot of friends all over the country, in different wars and different. So he didn't really remember the ones from the First World Wars, but he remembered the ones lately, his friends that passed away. So. Yeah, we always remember the older wars, but our people that fight right now, they die every day. So he remembered them. So it was quite a great presentation. Then we were at the RMA, and Peter Manjabridge gave quite a thing. Me and a couple councillors and Matt had to leave, but quite a presentation. And he said probably the average age of the kids back then, or the men, were 17, 18, and there was a lot that lied that said they were 16 years old. So I just said it fitting this morning that we do a minute of silence. So I'll ask you to rise, and we're going to have a minute of silence, please. Thank you. Okay, we have an agenda before us. Just wondering if there's any additions. Yes, go ahead.
Morning, Mr. Even Council. Administration does have one addition to the agenda 6.1. So that'd be under business arising from minutes, Deputy Reeve oath of office.
All right, any other additions? Yes, Councillor Crick. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh. Press your button again. Okay, it doesn't.
Here we go. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I have just two additions. One is the FCSS needs assessment, and I think that will go under planning and community services. And then Bill C-293, that one can go under CAO. So just did both of them as emergent items today. Thank you.
So, Matt, where do you want to put these again? Nope. You should have a live mic, shouldn't you?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, there we go. Oh, turn it on again.
Turn it on,
Some.
FCSS could be 9.3.5.
So 9.3.5. FCSS and
And then the next one under CAO 9.5.4.
All right, any other additions? Okay, go ahead. Okay, it just doesn't come up again.
Oh, wait.
There we go.
There's an FCSS package in, oh, that's closed session though, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's good.
thank you.
All right, I also have Darren Sandbeck coming at 10 o'clock, so we're gonna probably put him between we have one at 9:30 and one at 10 o'clock. He just wants to come and say hi. So we'll have Darren Sandbeck come at 10 o'clock.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can you just clarify, is he coming as a delegation or?
No, he's just coming to say hi. He's the new CAO at the BFRA.
But you want it on the agenda
Yes, please.
under,
Do I need it on the agenda if he just swoops in?
it's up to you.
I'm
If
just telling you what time he's coming, so.
you guys would be just recessing for it, then I would, I'm not
Okay,
sure.
we'll just recess it. I'm just warning you guys that he's coming. That'll be fine. And then I have a personal in camera for the council only. Any other additions? Okay, seeing none, I need a motion to accept the amended agenda. Okay, thank you, Councillor Crick. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Okay, thank you. On to the adoption of the minutes. I need some to adopt October 22nd. Okay, thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for making that motion. Any discussion? I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. Looking for the adoption of regular meeting of council October 22nd. Thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making this motion that council approves adopting the minutes of October 22nd, 2024 regular meeting of council as presented. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. And the last one, Committee of the Whole, October 30th, 2024. Okay, thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making that motion. That council approves adoption of the minutes for October 30th, 2024, Committee of the Whole meeting as presented. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to 6, business arising. Is that you, Matt?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're just looking for the newly appointed Deputy Reeve to read into record his oath of office and then sign it, and then we'll be good.
Okay.
All right, I, Darcy Scarson, do swear that I will diligently, faithfully, and to the best of my abilities, execute according to law the office of Deputy Reeve for the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87, so help me God. Is that it?
Can we cheer now?
That's it.
Cheer all you want.
Tell you a little funny story about Darcy this morning. We're having a thing on Friday in the city, and I said we were going to be meeting with the premier, and he figured I was serious, and he thought we weren't going to invite him, so it was pretty funny this morning, so. But he'll get me back.
Already working on it.
On to number 7. The application number 2024D275. Morning.
Good morning. This is development permit application 2024-D-275. The applicant is applying for a 100-foot freestanding telecommunication tower. The property is located north of the hamlet of Fort Kent. Adjacent properties are a residential parcel, quarter sections, remnants, and the hamlet of Fort Kent. The applicant would like to construct a 100-foot freestanding telecommunication tower to replace an existing tower on a parcel at northeast 31614 west of the 4th. The application satisfies the antenna system siting policy 3A.009. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on October 8th, 2024, and we received no response. Recommendation for development permit application 2024-D-275 is approve the request for a 100-foot freestanding telecommunication tower as a discretionary use as per Part 6 of the General Regulations and Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions. Agricultural setbacks, as per Section 69.6 of the Land Use Bylaw number 1667, the minimum setback shall be front yard 38 meters, side yard 6 meters, rear yard 6 meters. The development shall comply with Health Canada's Safety Code number 6. Applicable electrical permits are required as per the Alberta Safety Codes Act. Compliance with all regulations of Innovations, Science and Economic Development Canada. Compliance with Transportation Canada and NAV Canada regulations. The tower shall be constructed in compliance with the National Building Code and the Canadian Standard Association and respect good engineering practices, including structural adequacy. When communication tower and facilities become obsolete and/or damaged and unrepaired, they shall be immediately removed and the development site reclaimed within 6 months of cessation of operation at the expense of the tower owner. Tower located at part northeast 31614 west of the 4th shall be dismantled and the site shall be reclaimed within 6 months of transitioning users to the new tower. Any questions?
Okay, I'm seeing none. I'm just looking for a motion. I don't know. Sorry, it just doesn't come up on the screen here. Yeah, you gotta hit. Just doesn't. Okay, you're gonna have to speak loud.
I'll just move that we approve it.
All right, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion that council approves development permit application number 2024D-275 for a 100-foot telecommunication tower on northwest 31614 west of the 4th M as discretionary use pursuant to Part 6 and Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw for SwiftNet CA with the following conditions 1 through 8 before you. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, just had a question.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
The existing tower, how far away was the existing tower and will it be torn down?
The existing tower is on a kitty corner quarter section at the other side of the quarter. So what is it, like half a mile as the crow flies, and it will be torn down. The contract to have that tower on that site has been discontinued.
Okay, so and then when I look at the proposed location, it looks really close amongst a bunch of buildings. So is that, there's lots of room then, so if it falls, it doesn't hit stuff? Is that?
Yes, the antenna setting policy states that it has to be 100% of the tower height away from any adjacent buildings, and it does satisfy that.
Okay, just because the circle of, you know, the photo you've shown us, it's kind of like in amongst the buildings, so I got to assume they've figured that out, so.
After the application, there is a site plan that was provided by the applicant that shows it a little zoomed in, but it does satisfy the requirements of 100% of the tower height away from any buildings.
Okay. Any other discussion, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you.
Thank you.
On to 8, subdivision time extension. Good morning.
Administration has received and is presenting a request for a time extension for subdivision application 2023-S-014 for council consideration, wherein the applicant is requesting a one-year time extension on conditionally approved subdivision file 2023-S-014 within agricultural quarter section northeast 2662-1 west of 4th Meridian. The subdivision file was conditionally approved on October 24th, 2023. Due to the landowner's health, the landowner was unable to complete the required conditions and is applying for a one-year extension. Administration is asking that council approves the request for a one-year time extension on conditionally approved subdivision file 2023-S-014 for CETA Geomatics Inc. on behalf of CCDG Developments Inc.
Thank you. Just looking for a motion to approve.
Thank you. Before I approve this, I have a quick question. This is like their second extension on this one, or is it?
Through the Reeve, this is not their second extension on this particular project. This project is the first.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Make the motion to approve.
All right, thank you, Councillor Fidea, for making a motion. That council approves the request for a one-year time extension on conditional approved subdivision file 2023-S-014 for CETA Geomatics Inc. on behalf of CCDG Development Inc. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you.
Thank you.
On to 9.2.1.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Today, we're presenting the third quarter report for Environmental Protective Services. Administration is going to present for July, August, and September. So first up is Agricultural Services.
Morning.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Raven and Council, I will present our third quarter report for agricultural services. I will begin with our beaver reduction program. We had 118 problem beavers brought in by landowners, nearly 100 less than we seen last year. Internally, we trapped 46 beavers that have affected our road systems. We opened 107 dams, 83 by hand, 22 with equipment, and 2 were blasted. Our Coyote Wolf program had us providing 24 tablets of 1080 and 6 neck snares to landowners experiencing problems with predation. With the increased predation on livestock being reported, the Agricultural Service Board has recommended to Council to again provide the program for the 2024-25 season starting on November 1st this year. The mowing season was going well. All roads had been mowed once, and they continue to work on the second round for the arterial roads. The hamlets, the MD welcome signs, the public workshop, all have been mowed 3 times. The 84 subdivisions had been mowed once, and the operators were working on completing the second pass for the year. We'll move on to our fence line clearing program. The program offers landowners an incentive payment for removing trees on the ditch side of the property while removing trees on their own property to erect new fence lines. Currently, we have paid out $12,500 with an additional $26,300 signed up and in progress. This year, we completed 463 weed inspections to date. You will notice that the numbers last year are quite a lot higher. We developed an in-house program that focuses on the site and not the amount of visits that we have gone to the site. This allows us for more accurate to more accurately identify our problem weed locations. We've sprayed approximately 1,201 kilometers of roadside so far this year and sprayed approximately 97 kilometers of fence lines. We inspected 14 fields this year for clubroot and blackleg. No new fields were identified with clubroot. We completed 21 grasshopper surveys along with 4 fields of wheat that was inspected for fusarium. Grasshopper numbers were very low this year, and we are awaiting the results on the fusarium survey. Bertha armyworms were lower this year than we've seen in the past 5 years. I believe it was due to the dry spring that we had. Our agricultural rental equipment is a little higher than last year at this time. Nice weather has contributed to the increase. I've provided you with a handout. This information came after my report was written, so just to be able to compare for last year to this year. So our VSI program, we received a letter from the VSI administrator that numbers for the third quarter are up about 4,000 from the same time last year, and that for the year, we're up about 10.8% over last year. 10 out of the 15 jurisdictions that are participants in this program have also increased the usage this year. The increased semen testing and preg checks are what accounted for these higher numbers. The Bonnyville Seed Plant has implemented a new call-out for after-hour services. The plant has been moving forward with their roller mill and are now rolling grain for livestock. The annual general meeting will be hosted in January, and details will be announced closer to the date. Our Agricultural Service Board and Rural Beautification Tour was a huge success, with over 100 residents attending the tour. Congratulations again to our Farmstead winner, Tom and Mandy Kemsley, and to our acreage winner, Michelle and Jason Pitt. And thank you to O Canada Bison, Pine Meadows Meadow Colony, Haterite Colony, and the Bonnyville Forest Nursery, and all other locations that were kind enough to show us their agribusinesses. I've attached a handout with that. We did a survey at the tour, and we had really positive results come back to us on that tour. On a final note, the Ag Services team worked hard and moved our operations to the new shop location on September 1st this year. We are now located at number 117-61501 Highway 41 in the Aurora Borealis industrial subdivisions. That concludes my report. Are there any questions?
Yeah, mine doesn't come up.
Mine comes up, so, yeah.
Okay,
you know,
thanks,
mine- so, Janice, you mentioned spraying vegetations. I'm not sure if this is your. I'm not sure if this is a question for you, but the trails in Ardmore, Storm Pond, the trails throughout the MD around Moose Lake, who actually sprays those for vegetation weeds that are growing up through the trails? Do you know? Is that an ag thing or maybe not? Just say no and it'll be somebody else.
Through the Reeve, yes, Ag Services could absolutely help with that. We do, is it in the actual pavement that's on the trails that it's coming through?
Yeah.
My understanding that is with the movement of the ground, that those trails should be rollered, which helps to hold them together, and we'll continue to get the grass coming through there, but anytime it's reported, absolutely, we can go take care of it.
Because I think, like, I recall we had some discussions over the years about it, and I know Deputy Reeve Scarson had brought it up probably a year or 2 years ago, and I had too, and I'm just not sure, because if we don't do anything with those trails, they'll end up disappearing with the grass and stuff growing through them, so I'm not sure where this goes, if maybe the CAO has a discussion with who's supposed to be doing it, and we find out if it is being done.
Yes, through the reef to Councillor Swigert. Administration can come up with a plan on the maintenance side. Just the Parks Division and the Ag Division can talk and come up with a program that if there is weeds that need to be controlled, they can definitely be controlled by the Ag Division. That's not a problem. So they just need to work together, and I know there is money within the Ag budget to do maintenance like that, so.
Yeah, I was gonna actually say that for the infrastructures, because we've been told that there was an oil link program that we were gonna do this year, so I don't know if we had done that or not, but some of the crack filling, right, so.
Yeah, that would definitely fall under transportation utilities on that maintenance side. But we can save that for a little later on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have a delegation here at 9:30, is that correct?
Yes.
That's you two ladies, for sure? All right, I think we'll go into that delegation since they're here.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for having us today. We're here on behalf of the Kryla Ukrainian Dancers. I'm Alicia Kunik, the Vice President of the club, and this is Susan Paquin, the club secretary. We are also in the adult dance group. We're here today to request platinum sponsorship in the amount of $2,500 for our Malanka event through delegation, because we had applied for the October intake of the Community Action Grant, but unfortunately we were informed that all the funds had already been allocated for 2024, and our event, it falls after the date of the next intake for that grant. So, Susan?
I would like to start off by telling you more about the Kryla Ukrainian Dancers. Our group is a nonprofit organization that was established by a small group of parents in the fall of 1977 and has since grown into an integral part of the cultural mosaic of the MD of Bonnyville. We have been able to share our vibrant culture with the residents of our area, such as featuring our dancers at Diwali Night, which is hosted by the Lakeland Multicultural Association, Vaishvanka Day, the 2024 Bonnyville Health Foundation Gala, and even on the worldwide stage via an online dance festival, which was hosted in Ukraine, where our 2 entries received a first standard diploma for our performances and choreography. Kryla's primary revenue source is via registration fees, which we strive to keep relatively low as we take great pride in fostering affordability and inclusivity for all individuals to join our club, whether you are big or small, young or old, or Ukrainian or not. Our instructional costs are quite high, since it is extremely difficult to find talented choreographers that are willing to travel to Bonnyville to instruct our students. This means that our club is required to find different methods to raise funds to be able to cover our instructional expenses while striving to keep things affordable for our members. In addition to our instructional fees, we also have insurance payments, studio rental fees, and costume seamstress expenses. I want to emphasize that parent and community support is one of the major aspects that has allowed us to continue operating over the past 47 years. For the past 5 years, we have averaged anywhere between 26 to 47 registered dancers, with well over half of these individuals residing in the rural parts of the MD of Bonnyville. With a lower enrollment, we have a rather small volunteer pool to work with, but the small but mighty group of dedicated parent volunteers have tirelessly volunteered over the past few years at bake sales, raffles, year-end concerts, bottle drives, pierogi suppers, bingos, the MD's roadside cleaning program, rodeo concession, courtesy shuttle drivers, Malonka, and various other fundraisers. Now, if I could get you to please refer to your supporting documents for our year-end expense revenue report. I would like to point out that our instructor fee expenses are typically not that low. Last year was a little bit of an anomaly. Our instructors' availability was kind of a little bit lacking. So this year, for the 2024-2025 season, our projected instructor fees should be increasing by $7,600.
All right. Any question? Oh, you got some more? Oh,
Just a little more.
okay.
Now, I would like to talk to you more about our Malonka event, the actual event that we're wanting sponsorship for. Malonka is the celebration of Ukrainian New Year's Eve, and it's an important tradition for our dance families and the Lakeland community. It is our first opportunity of the dance season to perform for our family, friends, and community. We celebrate as a family with a Ukrainian meal, a dance performance showcase, a silent auction, and we end the evening with a family dance. Kryla, the Ukrainian Dancers, is the sole organizer of our Malonka 2025 event. Our delegated Kryla executive and our Kryla family are volunteering their time and efforts to ensure the success of this wonderful community event. We have hired local businesses for catering, venue, and DJ services. Our next Malonka event will be held at the Bonnyville Centennial Center on January 11, 2025. The dinner will be provided by master caterers, and Kryla volunteers will also be preparing traditional Ukrainian dishes. The DJ services will be provided by GNC DJ Services out of Cold Lake. There is no requirement to be of Ukrainian heritage to join the Kryla Ukrainian Dancers, and the same is true of our Malonka event. This wonderful public event enhances our community by bringing our diverse residents together in celebration. Whether you come from a long line of Ukrainians that homesteaded in the area, or you are a newcomer seeking refuge from the war in the Ukraine. Whether you're a senior, youth, single, or with a family, all are welcome. Lakeland residents of all backgrounds and cultures will come together and thoroughly enjoy this exciting event. Malonka 2025 will unite our community residents in celebration while also preserving and promoting the Lakeland's rich Ukrainian heritage through traditional dance. Our goal this year is to return Malonka to its formal splendor and make it our biggest fundraiser of the dance season. If you could please refer to our Malonka budget, you will see that the expenses to host Malonka will cost approximately $15,000, and that amount exceeds our anticipated revenue if we do not have any sponsorship. Event sponsorship will greatly help to offset a portion of the operational and rental costs associated with conducting a public event of this size. So starting in September, we have submitted our Malonka sponsorship request letter to over 150 local businesses, and we are awaiting responses. We are also currently in the process of making follow-up calls and emails. And if you could please refer to your documents again, for the supporting documents, we have a list of funding that we have obtained so far. So since this list was provided to you, we have also received a $500 donation from Lakeland Credit Union, and we have 3 other businesses that provided us with silent auction items. So again, the Kryla Ukrainian Dancers are requesting platinum sponsorship in the amount of $2,500 for our Malonka event, although we would greatly appreciate any contribution that the Municipal District of Bonnyville is able to contribute to this wonderful celebration of Ukrainian culture. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for having us today, and we can now answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just curious if you're, have you applied for that grant previously and received it, or?
We've never applied for that
You've never-
grant before.
okay.
No, this was our first year.
Okay.
Gotcha, I think.
I
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah, thanks. I encourage you to apply for it earlier next year. And I'd also like to make the motion that council accepts the presentation, and we ask administration to see where we can get some funding from. So option number 1.
Okay, thank you, ladies. Did anyone have any other questions? We have a motion, okay? Thank you.
Okay.
All right, you have another question?
I got a question.
Oh, 1 second, ladies.
How many dancers do you guys have enrolled currently?
Currently, this year, we have 47 dancers, aging in the range from 3 to, I think, 65.
Okay. Yeah, I know you guys performed at the healthcare gala, and
Yes.
that was a great show. Everybody commented on it, so I'd like us to make
Thank
sure
you.
we find some way to support this. Thank you.
Was that a request to join them, or?
You're more than
You're more than,
welcome.
you're more
I
than
think that's
welcome.
what I heard.
I think that's, you guys got to get him fitted up. Is Dave gonna, I see he's wearing red shoes nowadays. Is he gonna perform in red shoes?
Yes.
Yeah, he will? Okay.
Yes.
He's the 65.
He's our oldest in the club.
All right, thank you, ladies. Thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making this motion. That council accepts the presentation by the Kryla Ukrainian dancers as information, furthermore directs administration to bring the request for funding support for the 2025 Malenka event to a future meeting of council for consideration. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. Steph, is there anybody that can come from IT to get this thing going?
I've asked them to be here for about 10 o'clock when you plan to recess to take a look at it.
Okay, thanks. Or else I'm doing something wrong, but it's coming up on his screen. Perfect.
His isn't working yet.
All right, we'll continue.
Thank you, Council. Introducing Sergeant Chris Ferguson, who's been our acting manager, public safety for the last few months. Doesn't have a great deal of experience before Council, so I'm sure you'll go easy on him today. But presenting our third quarter report.
I don't think none of us guys are going to chirp him. Let's just put it that way.
All right, good morning, Council.
Morning.
What Louis said, I am the supervisor for the peace officers. And here I'm to present to the quarterly report from July to September 2024. All right, the first slide we got here, oops, sorry, figures, what's going on? One sec. There we go. So the MD infrastructure patrols. As you see, we're still committed to our campgrounds, our landfills, bin sites, community halls, our greater shops, fire halls, and visits to Canuso Ridge. Many of our patrols focus on the protection of MD properties and infrastructures. Any questions for that slide? Proceed to the next. As you guys know, we do have a focus on industry. We've partnered with CNRL, Baytex, Sonovus, and Imperial to deliver patrol service on their well sites and service roads. In the third quarter of 2024, we have delivered 297 hours of patrol services to our industry partners on a fee-for-service basis. 91 tickets were issued during these patrols for unsafe operations of motor vehicle and not having proper documentation in order. Any questions for that slide? Yes, Councillor?
Yep. Councillor Fadeev? I turned you on, but Doris, please.
Sorry.
Thank you. So I noticed that Strathcona is not in the partnership program that we offer. So, has there been any talks about that?
Not as far as I know there, Councillor. What's happened is I think they believe they took over for Husky, and since then, we have not set up our industry annual meetings that would help bring that Strathcona to our table.
Sounds good, thank you.
Through the Reeve to Councillor Fadeev. So they were an organization that opted out of the services that we provided. So there was an amalgamation, and that's just a decision that was made on their part. We've not circled back to make any overtures or anything like that. Just let industry, word of mouth sort of thing speak for itself, but we haven't done that yet.
Okay, fair enough, thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah,
Counselor Crick?
thank you. So do you guys check, I've had concern, and I have talked to Brian with infrastructure about it. Do you guys check the weights of some of these people, the industry that's hauling oil on the MD roads? Just to
Yes,
make-
we do.
You do,
So,
okay.
Yes, Counselor, thank you for the question through the Reeve.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
And in particular, Range Road 445 going north of Highway 28, it's one road just past Fort Kent and then going north?
Yes, Counselor through the Reeve. We have set bolos, so be on the lookouts for those vehicles because we've had an increase on those roads for patrols because of overweight vehicles.
Okay.
So we do have a designated officer out there whose skill set is overweight vehicles, so we have skills for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there there's a fee for service. Is there a simple answer to how much we collect actually for the fee for service for industry? Is it so much per year? Is it, I'm not sure how that breakdown is, but it'd be nice to know it.
Through the chair, through the Reeve, the totality of our contracts equate to about 1 FTE position. So that would include Glendon and all of our industry contracts. It's a little shy of 1 position, but it's pretty close.
And so is it an hourly thing, or is it just, there's a flat rate we charge them per year for?
Correct. It's an hourly rate, so we're given a certain allotment of hours per month to provide in certain locations to certain companies, and we meet those monthly requirements. Some of them have provisions for us to go a little bit over. Some of them have a pretty solid line in the sand that they don't want us to go beyond. Sometimes when we're dealing with villages, for example, the Village of Glendon, they can help us guide what operations they want us to look after primarily, so if we don't use their time ineffectively. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So still on commercial vehicles here, many of our peace officers are trained to inspect commercial vehicles for safety violations, such as the overweights. During the third quarter of 2024, MD peace officers conducted 9 commercial vehicle inspections, resulted in 3 vehicles being temporarily put out of service. This quarter, 12 warnings and 6 tickets were issued for various safety offenses. So these are the types of tickets we've been writing this year and quarterly. As you can see, at the end of the third quarter, total there is 626. That's including the bylaw, warning tickets, and provincial tickets. So as you can see, we're on track this year to higher numbers. There was about $68,000 in tickets written from July to September of this year. And this does not include the amount from the 18 tickets that were issued for summons. So when we issue a ticket for summons, it goes to court automatically. And then from there, there's a monetary payment that the judge imposes on that driver. Any questions?
Nope, not seeing any.
So these are all the locations patrolled by visits and number of files. So it's pretty self-explanatory there. We've done about 2,111 visits to all the wards within the MD, and altogether it's been 163 files from July to September. Calls for service by year. So these calls for service can be anything from dog control to rural crime prevention to traffic operations, anything like that. And you can see for the 2024 in this third quarter, we're at 169 occurrences. Any questions? So we follow the Alberta Traffic Safety Calendar, and the month of July, August, and September, We're focused on impaired driving, but that's worth obviously working with the sheriffs and/or RCMP. New drivers for August, and September was back to school safety. 2 24-hour suspensions were given for impaired drivers by drugs or alcohol. 4 tickets were issued for speed in construction zone. The highest was a 95 in a 50-kilometer zone. A driver was given a summons to appear for court, speeding Township Road 610, so right in the Moose Lake area. His speed was 154 kilometers an hour in the posted 80-kilometer-hour zone, with pedestrians walking along that sidewalk there. Officers were asked to do a presentation for the employees of Kudo Energy for the back-to-school safety awareness, because some of the areas within the MD that they're traveling, the school signs and the provincial highways, were not as clear as they would like, so they asked us for some guidance. Any questions? These are some of the patrol facts. Recorded 22 assistance rendered files. That's including like helping the BRFRA, general public, or MD departments, along with the RCMP. Attended 4 motor vehicle collisions, which one of us were the first on scene. There were 7 instances of failed to stop for peace officers. The highest speed recorded was 188 kilometers an hour on Range Road 452. We issued 5 tickets for suspended drivers. That could be anything from a suspended license or a suspended license from impaired driving or tickets or anything like that. 15 tickets were issued for summons to appear in court, 9 for speeding and 6 for driving without insurance, and arrested 2 people where they were wanted provincial warrants where RCMP could not attend. Any questions?
No, looks good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you have a question?
Louis, I just did have a question, sorry. The last comment, arrested 2 people, provincial warrants. So, because we had this discussion just recently, so how does that work? Because in my mind, I thought you couldn't do that because you didn't kind of have the proper mandate or something yet.
Through the Reeve, so the question was, why were we processing provincial warrants? So provincial warrants are something that we have authority for, depending on the type of warrant. What we don't have authority for is criminal code warrants. We were discussing criminal code warrants during budget deliberations, and that's the difference.
Okay, so just to clarify though that, but it said when RCMP could not attend, so what, would they have to attend? Like, would you have called them and they couldn't, like, I'm not sure why, if you can do it, why do you need RCMP?
It's actually a good question. I'm not sure if that language needed to be in there, because if what happens with provincial warrants is we have to have them on our appointment. So there's many pieces of provincial legislation, but if they're not in our appointments, we don't have the authority. Whereas the RCMP has a blanket authority over all provincial legislation. They don't have to have any appointments on their schedule. So we should only be processing the warrants that we have authority to process.
Okay, so maybe that statement really shouldn't have been in there, the RCMP not
I'll add to that there, Councillor.
Thank you.
That's because in provincial warrants, there's Form 7s and Form 21s, right? So if RCMP could attend, they could let them go on roadside and let them go on their way. If not, since we don't have that documentation with us, we would have to bring them to the RCMP for them to be processed and let go from the RCMP. So if RCMP could attend, they would just cut them loose on the side of the road by signing a few papers versus us taking them to the RCMP and tying up admin stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Yeah, I think we'll take a, sorry, we're going to cut you off. I think we'll take a break, and then you see Darren's here, and then we have, I think we have a delegation at 10:30. That's you, gentlemen? Yes. Yeah, okay. So we'll take a break right now, 5-minute. Thank you. All right, we have a delegation here. I don't want to keep you guys waiting till 10:30, so we'll just bring you up now. How's that sound? You just press the button. There you go.
There we go. Technology. So we thank you for your time. We did send across a presentation, but I think it's a bit too long for the time that we have today. So what I thought we'd do is turn it into a bit of a conversation, and we'd hit a few of the slides that we brought with us. Let me see if I can operate this. Here we go. Let me just start by introducing myself and my partner. So my name is Will Bridge. I've been in the power industry for over 30 years. Worked with 2 large power companies. I was TransAlta's Chief Technology Officer. And then I served as the board chair for the ISO here in Alberta from 2017 to 2020. And in the last 2 years, I've been partnering with 3 other founders to develop a nuclear company in Alberta called Nucleon Energy. Dustin is one of my partners. I'll let him introduce himself.
Oh, sure. Dustin Wilkes, I'm the chairman of a smart tool inspection company called United Pacific Projects. I ran a fairly large construction company for about over a decade. I also am a chemical engineer, designed a lot of petrochemical facilities in the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and also run a family office, which is a financial investment firm.
Yeah, thank you. So what I thought I'd describe is, so we, maybe I'll just take a minute on the company. We spent the last 2 years trying to determine how to bring nuclear power into the province. The founders have a lot of experience in developing power projects in Alberta. We don't have nuclear experience, and so we brought on a number of advisors, primarily out of Ontario, but we have some from the U.S. and Scotland, to help us sort of navigate the whole regulatory process, technical process, engineering process. It really focused on small modular reactors, not on the large-scale reactors that were built in the 60s and the 70s. And along the way, we determined that that there's a unique regulatory framework for nuclear power. With wind power and solar, gas and coal, the regulators issue licenses to the asset owner, whether that's the power company or the oil and gas company, but that's not how nuclear is regulated. The federal regulators will only issue permits to qualified operators. And Canada only has 3 qualified operators: Ontario Power, New Brunswick Power, and Bruce Power. And so for SMRs to be developed in Alberta, we needed a Made in Alberta solution to that problem. And so for the last 2 years, we've been building a qualified operator for small modular reactors here in Alberta. You can't do that hypothetically. And so we've been looking at siting 2 projects, 2 to 3 projects in Alberta. From my experience with the ISO, I know that the transmission grid is very congested, and there are only there's a small number of places where SMRs can be plugged into the grid. Bonneville County is one of them. And so that's why we're here today, is to talk about the development of a small modular reactor in the county. The other approach that we've been taking to nuclear development that's different than a normal power development process is that with wind and solar and gas, often project proponents will find a site and then start to engage the local community around the site that they've already predetermined. We're looking to reverse that. And so the reason we're here today is we would like council's support to work with your administration to discuss the siting of a SMR in the county, where it could go, where you don't want it to go. Is there support from the community? Is there no support for the community? It's such an expensive endeavor. We're not interested in pushing an SMR project on a community that doesn't want it. And so we're keen to engage you, the administration, the First Nations, to find out the level of support that exists in the area before we go too far down any road. So I actually gave the whole presentation, but let me just hit a few slides just for a bit more context, and then maybe we could discuss questions that council may have, or what next steps could look like. please stop me anywhere you'd like me to. But one of the issues that the province has, this isn't so much the county, the province, is the combination of affordable power and reliable power. We, as a province, we've turned off over 3,000 megawatts of baseload coal. We've had a large amount of wind and solar development, which operates 20 to 30% of the time. Baseload coal also provided, not only did it provide baseload power, but it provided inertia to the grid, which is important for frequency and voltage support. And so there's a real need for baseload non-emitting power. Batteries are very expensive. Nuclear is very efficient. It's the most energy-dense form of electricity you can have. It's historically been challenging because of the capital cost of these large gigawatt reactors, but with the advent of small modular reactors, that whole paradigm is changing. Feel free to jump in here. Oh, you're doing good? Okay. We've talked about baseload. We've spent a fair amount of time with the province of Alberta talking about the cost of small modular reactors. We are expecting SMRs to cost not the first of them, not the first built. Ontario is building 4. SaskPower is looking to build 2 to 4. If a small modular reactor were built in Alberta, it would probably be the 9th in Canada. We expect the cost of it to be in and around $6 million a megawatt, which over 60 years is about $85 power. The power price in Alberta since the market opened in the 90s is averaged $65. This is $20 more than that, but it's also about $40 less than the prices we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years. And so all of that to describe it as an affordable power source that doesn't need subsidy. This is kind of what we're talking about. So on the left-hand side is the gigawatt scale reactors that have been built since the 60s, 70s, 80s. This one is Hinkley Point C. It's under construction right now in the United Kingdom by Electricité de France. It's effectively a city. The sheer scale of that project is massive. They're suffering cost overruns as we speak. It's about 30% materials, 70% labor, that project on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side are the new reactors being commercialized. This is a GE reactor. There are actually 98 reactors being worked on around the world right now to be commercialized. This is one of the 98. And it's about the size of a Costco. That plant there would produce 300 megawatts. The plant on the left would produce 1,750. But the plant on the right is 70% materials, 30% labor.
We should mention the building 4 of those in Ontario.
Yeah. Ontario Power has selected GE, so 4 of those are being built at the Darlington site, just east of Toronto, as we speak. Land use, I mentioned it's about the size of a Costco. The plant itself is approximately 20 acres. Like airports, it requires an exclusion zone around it. So at the end of a runway, you'd see a golf course. We need an exclusion zone around each of these plants of about 500 meters, so a 500-meter donut around it. So it could be located on a quarter section near some crown land. There's different ways to do that, and that would be part of the siting exercise with administration to discuss, where, if anywhere, it could be located. The 240 kV lines that run through the county are where it would be connected, and so ideally it would be within 10 kilometers of those lines, but it doesn't have to be. I mentioned the operator aspect and the autonomy for Alberta, which is sort of why we're building an operator here. It's not a small undertaking, but we're well underway to do that. We're also looking at other potential sites in the northwest portion of Alberta as well. The opportunity for Bonneville, there's probably quite a few actually. The project itself, 600 megawatt, so two of those units co-located, the capital cost would be about $3.6 billion, so that'd be the tax base for that. The supply chain that would go into supporting a nuclear industry in Alberta would not be small. Fabrication, materials, maintenance, inspection, a lot of that industry would be sort of new, and actually sort of we'd be building it here as opposed to it all being built in Ontario. I know Dustin's very close to that. Do you want to add any comments to the supply chain?
No, I think that's really quite good. There's not much to add.
All right.
Specific questions.
Yeah.
So I think I'll just.
Just one sec.
Yes.
Got a question real quick here.
Of course,
I'm
absolutely.
not sure how quick it is, but Canada kind of developed CANDU reactors years ago. I'm just curious, like what technology are you using? Like, what are you going to actually be using for a small nuclear reactor? And is there any, like your company's new, so you haven't done any of this stuff yet. So can you just talk a little bit about the reactor that you're actually proposing?
Sure. Maybe I can just talk about the process, because the process links to the technology.
Sure.
So the permitting of nuclear reactors in Canada is a three-step process. The first permit is called a license to prepare site. The second license is license to construct, and the third is license to operate. In the first license, you do not need to select a technology. You can bring, you do need to select 5 or 6 and bring them along through that permitting process. Technically, you develop something called a plant parameter envelope, which is the worst operating characteristic of those 6 put into an engineering package. So by definition, no matter which one the package gets approved, you can select one of those 6 later. When we look at the 98 reactors that are being commercialized around the world, the ones that are closest to being commercial right now are the General Electric BWRX 300 and the Westinghouse AP 300. That could change in 3 years. The first of the 3 licenses takes 3 to 4 years to achieve. And effectively, it's all of the environmental approvals, community support and approval, and First Nations engagement and approval. So all of the work that goes into the first license is more about public acceptance and environmental acceptance, as opposed to the heavy engineering, which comes in license number 2 and license number 3. So we would recommend that 5 or 6 technologies be developed in parallel. So in addition to GE and Westinghouse, there are some promising Generation 4 reactors that are attracting a lot of investment in the States.
And I guess one other way to clarify it, and what our portion of the business is compared to what the technology portion, because it's really two distinct portions of the industry. You have technology vendors who provide the technology, and then you have developers and operators. And so it's kind of like if you envision WestJet or Air Canada, they don't manufacture their own aircraft, but they operate them. And so it's the same system. So none of the technology vendors who exist today operate their own technologies. Similar with CANDU. CANDU was built and manufactured by the CANDU owners, or I guess it was the CANDU, it was the federal government, and then the federal government leased that license to Ontario Power. Ontario Power uses it in the majority of the cases. There are a number of instances where the CANDU reactor operates in places like South Korea and India, or I think maybe as well Argentina, I can't remember that one. But it's basically, you do have 2 discrete functions for nuclear power plants. You have the operator that actually operates them, and then you have the vendor that designs them. We are in no case going to design a reactor. There's already many of those. There's really good technologies out there. We will be the operator of the facility, and that's the difference. And so we already have a breadth of experience operating and managing nuclear or power plants. We do have a gap in the nuclear space, which is why we're hiring into that. We have a number of nuclear experts who are actually shareholders in the company, and that's how we're building up our nuclear system. The nuclear operating component will be built up over 7 to 8 years, and so it's a long time before that project's in the actual operation. So just as a quick clarification.
Thank you.
Just one last comment. So CANDU, they build the gigawatt scale reactors. They are also looking at developing a small modular reactor, and they're one of the 98, but they're not as advanced as the others.
Yeah, you can continue. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So there's lots of material in this presentation. This is the timeline. I mentioned the 3 licenses. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3 relate to the federal licensing and talk about how we would fund the development. There's no request for funding in this presentation. Nucleon will fund all of the development costs for the site. There is an opportunity to get creative with how we could partner. There's a spectrum of how we could partner on siting an SMR. Because we're the operator, we're ownership neutral. Like, we don't need to. We're neutral to the technology that's selected as long as it's a good one, and we're also neutral to the ultimate ownership of the project. We don't have a balance sheet like a Cenovus or a Suncor or a Capital Power. Probably at the end of the first licensing stage, we would bring in one of those larger companies to effectively own the asset. We would remain as the licensee and the operator, having got it to that point. And so there's an opportunity for us to work with your administration on siting. As you know, where might it be acceptable? We can work with your administration on public engagement and public education. We could even partner with the MD, where Nucleon, the MD, and local First Nations own the project until a larger strategic investor comes in and dilutes all of us down. The benefit of that is that the MD has a front seat at the table all the way through, and in addition to having a benefit associated with the tax base once it's built, could also benefit from the value being created by developing a site that's accepted by the public. We're open to that whole spectrum, and we are not we don't have a predisposition to how it could work. We just know that we are not interested in trying to push a site on a community. It's too hard. It's too hard and it's too expensive. 7 years and $100 million is not something that we would put at risk, not knowing if a community wanted this. And it's similar to the approach that SaskPower took when they were engaging Estefan and Elbow, Saskatchewan, and I think there was a third community. They reversed the question. It wasn't so much we have a nuclear plant, we want to put it into your community. It was which community wants the nuclear plant that we're ultimately going to have to build. And we're trying to that worked well, and we're trying to adopt something similar. So that is our presentation.
Yeah, go ahead, Darcy.
Can you just talk a bit about what this looks like at the end as far as, how many people it employs and how much power it actually gets out? Like, are you looking to, I think you mentioned it with the coal and the wind and all that, but how much are you willing to, how much would it displace that's currently, being produced?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we've been working with SaskPower quite a bit. They have recommended to us that if we develop a site to put 2 units on it, from an economic standpoint, economy of scale, that's 600 megawatts. That's an amount of power that a 240 kV line can absorb. Once you get to 1,000, the 240 kV line cannot absorb in 1,000 megawatts. So it's a good number from a transmission standpoint. That's also about 2 years of load growth in Alberta, and it takes 10 years. So we turned off 3,300 megawatts of coal. So 5 of these would be the coal we turned off. Load growth in Alberta right now is a 12,000 megawatt system. It grows about 300 megawatts a year without data centers. So if we started now and we built it and it was running in 2034, the load growth would have been 3 times the amount that we just plugged into the grid. So we're not really disrupting the grid in any way.
From a jobs perspective, for full-time, like wall dirts during operation, it's probably around 300 per module. So if you have 2, there's probably close to 600 people overall with different shifts. And then you do have twice or once a year when you have maintenance requirements and turnarounds. It's probably another 300 on each site. So it's upwards of probably 1,200 people total when you have 600 megawatt system potentially, but mostly around that 300 to 600 at full time. And then from a construction perspective, it's probably upwards of 1,000 people during construction.
And then you're basically making this presentation throughout Alberta right now then, or?
No, we've identified 4 locations where these can be plugged in. And so we're working with one other community near Peace River.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fadeev?
Yeah, thank you. Nuclear, I guess, has been a big part of my family's conversation for the last little while. I'll share you, my son was looking into it, into getting in that field, so I've been following the SMR in Saskatchewan and all the things they were looking at, and it all sounds very, very positive. This is unlike the bigger systems need lots of water. This doesn't. I know with Peace River, there was some talk quite a few years back about setting up a big system there, and the stakeholders did not want any of it. Now there's a change of attitude. They're actually coming up with a company. There's new ownership, and they're actually wanting them to come back. Peace River is a large water base, so it's easy for them to do that. So how will this affect the environment on this end with an SMR in case people are listening here?
Yeah. Well, so the projects that we're looking at can either run with or without water. So there's projects like this that are built in the Mojave Desert, and so they're used air-cooled systems. We could use an air-cooled system. It makes it 10% more expensive. If you do have access to some water for cooling, similar to a natural gas-fired power plant, it's a very similar cooling regime. You can use evaporative cooling. The cooling that is being looked at in Ontario and on the coast is once-through cooling, where you take water out, cool, and send it back warmer back to the source. We're not contemplating that at all. In looking at the water availability in the Bonneville region, we're contemplating air cooling here to minimize the impact. From an environmental standpoint, it would go through both a provincial environmental impact assessment and a federal impact assessment. The impact on the environment is very similar to a natural gas-fired power plant minus the stack emissions. And so there are no emissions from a reactor core by design, and so really all of the emissions relate to the generator and the cooling system, which is the same system you would see on a gas-fired power plant. Really, we're replacing the reactor core as the boiler, effectively, and the balance of the system looks very similar.
For sure. With us being so heavily based with energy, everybody's quite familiar with some of the impacts that are with that. I'm super excited about this, and see how our conversations will go forward and sit down on take the next step. I'm excited about this.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, our power infrastructure here is ATCO, and you're really familiar with ATCO. Darren, you're a Calgary guy, right? So anyway, we're in this area. We're complaining because we're paying high distribution transmission fees and compared to the cities because it's not. Anyway, I guess my question is, have you had any talks with ATCO or our provincial government guys yet on sort of going forward and tying this into an ATCO grid and the Alberta grid, and I'd be concerned. You mentioned Bruce Power, and I'm not a fan of Bruce Power because of what happened in Ontario, and people's, their electrical bills were higher than their mortgage payments because of that bungle that happened there. So I know this is smaller, right? This is, smaller reactors, but I'd be really concerned because you throw out some numbers, $85 and stuff, but I'm not sure what that meant per hour or per day or per megawatt or per whatever it is. So, I'd really be concerned that you kind of look at the costs and make sure we're not going to pay a ton more than we're already paying, or what's the point?
No, it's a good point. So, I'll make a couple of comments. We've been working with 3 of the primary ministers since early 2023, so environment, energy, and affordability and utilities, sort of Neudorf, Jeem, and Schultz. The Minister of Affordability and Utilities is very concerned about the cost of the power in Alberta, which is 60% of the bill is wires and 40% of the bill is energy. So when I was talking about the $85 a megawatt hour, that was the energy piece. Does it fit in that energy? As it relates to the 60% of the bill, which is wires, that's actually why we're looking at siting these in locations where no new wires need to be built. A lot of the wind, solar, other technologies are located where the resource is, and my apologies, and Oxfam, that's spam. They're located where the resource is, the wind or the solar, and so new wires need to be built to plug those in. We're taking the opposite approach, and that's the only way that you can keep cost of power down, is to use the infrastructure that already exists, and that's why we're looking at locations near Peace River and why we're here today.
And the cost and economics is another good question, which is why the way we're advancing our projects is through that plant parameter envelope, which is having more than one technology going into the permit in order to see those things. Because we're not going to be a first adopter of any of them. Our plan is to be the second or third adopter. And so Darlington will build the first one. We'll check, it'll be very much a confirmational analysis. Be like, okay, was it built to the cost that they said it was? Same thing with Westinghouse, same with X Energy and all these other reactors. Our purpose is we're going to build the application so that it's nimble enough to handle all those technologies, but at the same time ensure that whatever we do build is proven economic.
I'll go with Darcy then.
I'm just
Don.
curious how your how the stakeholder engagement looks as far as communities buying in. Are you involved with that at all, or is that mostly on the MD to look after, or how does that approach go?
No, that would be us. So we're starting with education. So we're building an educational website right now. We're bringing in good content from experts to effectively answer questions about safety, reliability, economics, long-term waste disposal. All of those questions need to be sort of answered with good information very early. So we're building a lot of educational material right now. We would lead that work. If the MD wanted to participate, we'd welcome that. I think we would want, this is your community, it's not ours. And so we would want to be guided to say, you know, who do we need to talk to? Are we doing enough of it? What's the best way to engage? But we would do the work.
All right.
Councillor Sutchin.
Yeah, I got a few questions. What's the risk to having this in your community? Like, do you guys know that yet, or like?
Well,
I hear all about the cost and technology, but I don't hear.
So the risks in general, there's like with all industrial processes, there's always a little bit of risk everywhere, regardless of whether it's petrochemical or if it's petro or if it's nuclear. It's just about how do you manage the risk. So from a construction and economic standpoint, we're managing it through our variable plant parameter envelope, licensing applications, having multiple applications. From a safety and risk standpoint, which is kind of the more broader topic, if you were to look at it, I guess there's many subjects or topics on it, but nuclear, if you were to look at per terawatt hour produced, is actually the safest form of electricity production in the world. Yes, there have been catastrophic events in the past, and we all know those. So most of those stem from designs that were built in the 1960s. And we're operated through the 1970s and 80s, and then those are kind of generation 1 and 2 reactors, and then we went through a process of generation 3 reactors, which is what are the majority of the larger new builds have been. Now we've progressed into 3+ and generation 4 reactors, and so basically the morphosis of the generation of reactor has been designed such that the risk of a catastrophic event is very small, and even in the event of those risks, it's make sure it's contained, and so that there's no outward issues for the stakeholder or the environment. And so the majority of the risk management comes around the fuel, because you take the fuel in and out of the reactor, because the reactor buildings are built to withstand both an explosionary any type of explosionary event, which really there's very limited options for that to happen. So they're built with 6-foot steel steel casings, and then they're actually built with an outer dome so they can handle a 747 hitting them. And so all of these things have been designed so that no catastrophic release can happen from a reactor. And so then you basically manage your fuel sources, because the fuel becomes the most important risk management after that. And so for fuel, the way that some of the newer fuels have been built with some of the Generation 4 technologies, some are actually encased in a graphite ball, and that's called a triso fuel. And so you actually have a completely encased fuel source right from the start, where it encases that fuel and then it transports out. And it's actually it reduces the radioactivity of that ball. The amount of radioactivity that you get from a nuclear facility like this, so a 300 megawatt system operating for 60 years will produce roughly 2,000 pounds of radioactive source material. It's actually a really small amount. And so it's a small but dangerous amount, but you have to make sure that you contain it properly. So what they do now is they put it in a copper plug, then that copper plug gets encased in metal with as well as a cement bentonite casing, and then that sits on site for about 20 years, and it's non-radioactive outside. Like, there's no radioactivity that emits outside of that casing. So it's a structure that can handle pretty much any type of mechanical impact that has ever been designed. You can go on YouTube and see all the things that they've put these things through, and then they actually in the future get transported to the Bruce community now is building a nuclear repository where all of that waste is disposed of. So this is what's Ontario Power has been transferring and holding their fuel for about 60 years on site, and it'd be like the size of a hockey rink, but now maybe 3 hockey rinks. And now that they just voted, I think 2 weeks ago, the community has accepted that they're going to build a repository underground. And another interesting fact with CANDU versus the light water reactors that we'll likely look at, or potentially some of the Generation 4, is there's 6 times less fuel usage in a light water reactor versus CANDU. CANDUs use a lot more fuel, just because they're a different type of technology.
Okay, another question is, so what you just said, so the highest risk would be when we're transferring that waste material,
Yep.
probably. Okay, so that's the point you raised. Another one is, what about our emergency preparedness? Would the fire local
Yeah, so that's a
need
good
more
question.
training, more equipment?
All
What
good.
would that take, and what we're looking at?
Yes, and you're absolutely right. So transporting that fuel waste there is methods for it, and so usually it's kind of interesting. It's kind of like transferring a politician. And sometimes you actually have a dummy car and a non-dummy car. Again, and it's security. It has security detail around it, but the actual vessel itself can handle a train being hit by a train. It can go in it can be dropped in a fuel bucket for like a big fuel, like a diesel pool for 24 hours, and it's built to withstand any impact. So that's the good thing about it. Yes, we always have to worry about external sources like terrorism, and those are the security risks from a emergency response. Yeah. So as part of this, because it is a federally regulated system, and this is part of our work with the government here in Alberta, this will probably be 8 years from now once we're getting there. But there will have to be some resource enhancements for sure. So the emergency response team here will have to have a number of additional protocols, a couple of different technologies in place for the fire department here. Because we're so close to Cold Lake, there's probably some security in detail that could be from that portion, but that's a government of Alberta thing that they have to be responsible for. But yes, there will be some enhancements in the event of an event for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks. One more question in regards to land size. You guys have mentioned about a quarter of land would be sufficient to put the plant up.
If you were to put it, it's basically you need 11 acres, give or take, for each single node, and then you need a 500-meter diameter from the reactor building.
Correct.
And so it will fit on one quarter section as long as you were to have like a green space or like a quarter, ideally you have one full section. One full section, it would be perfect because you would put them in the middle, and then the exclusionary boundary won't ever hit anything else. And the exclusionary boundary is not something you can't not be in it. You just can't live in the exclusionary boundary. So you can farm in it, you can have cattle, you can have all those things. You just can't have people dwelling inside the 500-meter exclusion zone.
It's no different than living X amount of meters away from a waste facility or a dump or.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Well, if you look at, you go to Toronto, you're quite literally 17 reactors. Every time you land in Toronto, there's 17 reactors that are within 50 kilometers of Toronto. So it's kind of like, It's just an exclusionary zone that's required by law, and
Perfect.
it's based on high modeling of their system.
Sounds good, thank you.
All right, thank you, John. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, well, thank you. And so we'll follow up with administration and talk about, it's a big conversation. We know that. But thank you for your time today. Yeah.
So what, is that would be next steps, is you're gonna, I'm guessing you talked with Scott about this lots, and, is that next steps is?
Unless you advise us differently, we're happy to take your counsel on next steps. There's just so much to it. A half-hour presentation is,
Pretty tough.
it's just challenging, right? So, we're happy to follow up in any other way. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I think we'll take a 5-minute break right now, and then we'll resume in 5-10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Preferably when we will have legislative motion to accept that presentation.
Okay. All right, good to go? Okay, welcome back. We need a motion to accept as information that last, correct, Steph? All right, we'll wait for it to come up on the screen. All right. Councillor Craigie, or sorry, Councillor Fadeev? Okay, thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making this motion that council accepts the presentation by Nuclear Energy Limited regarding the potential opportunity to develop a small modular nuclear reactor SMR in the region as information. Any discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. All right, you're going to get to finish. Go ahead.
Perfect. Good morning, Council. I'm here to present the third quarter report for the Waste Services Department.
Morning.
Starting off, here's a list of the landfill visitors to each of the sites in the third quarter. The only thing to note here is that visitors to the Ardmore landfill are down 30% from quarter three last year before we installed the automated gate system, which created a barrier to entry to non-MD residents. With the Beaver River Regional Waste Management Commission, regular waste hauling has been altered since the compactor trailer broke down over the Christmas week last year and is still awaiting repairs. 18 extra waste bins are out at landfills for residents to use for their waste drop-off instead of the TransStores. The trailer is projected to be back in operation in quarter one of 2025. The automated gate system at the Ardmore landfill has been in operation for 12 months now, as of the end of quarter three. Most people that visit the site are registered users for the no cost to them waste utility account. As of September 30th, we had registered 1,665 proximity cards, and we have 371 smartphone apps registered for the site. For the Cold Lake landfill waste account, we now have registered 276 accounts to use the landfill for dropping off their household waste. The Extended Producer Responsibility Program is scheduled to begin April 1st, 2025 for municipalities who registered last fall for Phase 1. This does include the City of Cold Lake and the Town of Bonnyville, which is important for us to maintain our recycling operations. In September, we hosted the 2024 Alberta Coordinated Action for Recycling Enterprises Fall Conference at the C2 in Bonnyville. The conference hosted 116 solid waste professionals and elected officials for informative presentations and educational site tours of MD landfills and Kinnessoo Ridge. Operations and landfill staff have continued with site inspections of our bin sites and landfills on a minimum quarterly basis. In mid-September, we completed the Class 3 inert waste and clean wood pile shredding project at the Lacoria and Ardmore landfills. Double D Contracting and Construction brought in a McCloskey S250 shredder to shred our stockpiles of bulky waste and clean wood. Waste volumes were reduced by 50% minimum compared with our usual process of simply track packing with the dozer, and we were able to gain valuable knowledge for our processes leading into the future. Finding efficiencies in these processes now is an important step in our goal of using waste materials for energy in the not-too-distant future. By shredding our waste and saving valuable landfill airspace now, we are extending the lifespan of our existing cells and the landfill sites in general, without the need for engineering and constructing new cells, and in some cases, purchasing more land for expansion. 2 seasonal staff were hired and trained in the spring and wrapped up their roles at the end of August and the second quarter of September as they headed off to post-secondary school. Rounding out Q3, following the hosting of the Alberta Care Conference, the Waste Services Department began moving our operations out to the new location in the airport subdivision. And lastly, to answer a question from Councillor Slipchuk from my last report regarding metal recycling, Inland Steel opened up in January of 2023. This year, in 2024, we had 314 tons of metal recycled, which is up 80 tons from the 234 tons in 2023, and up 53 tons from the 271 tons in 2022. So our numbers are up still.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
Any questions, gentlemen? You're scot-free. All right, just looking for a motion, gentlemen. All right, thank you, Councillor Slipchuk, for making this motion that Council accepts Environmental and Protective Services 2024 third quarterly report as information. Any discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. I think our Clayton Bellamy Foundation delegation is here. So welcome, come on up.
Thank you for having us this morning. We're here to ask a couple of things, the matters, to give a progress report, I guess, on the building of the Strathcona Performing Arts Center, as well as to speak on the backing of the MD for in order to get the remaining funding needed to finish the project. The theater is currently in its last month of construction. We are installing, having our sound system delivered this week. The paint and finishings are going in, as well as the finishing touches on the stage, which is the last portion of the construction. They saved that for last, being that was partly school classroom facility. So they left that for the very end. So it's all coming together. We still are waiting on our $500,000 request from the CFEP, provincial government, from the Minister Furr.
We won't know that till January, unfortunately. They've changed the guidelines of the they've changed the timelines of the grant, so now we won't know until January of 2025.
We are also in the process of selling the final 3 signage areas inside of the theater. The entranceway, the vestibule, and the sound booth are all 3 that we are currently in discussions with several other businesses. Each one of those we are pitching at $150,000 over 10 years for signage. But that they would have 10 years of signage, to be clear, up to 3 years to pay the $150,000 donation. But currently we are looking in talks with the credit union. We have had a letter of support from them saying that if the MD and the Northern Lights School Division will back us on a loan, that they will give us the remaining finances needed to finish the project. And the school board has already said that they will back us.
Well, we'll meet with them tomorrow, but it sounds very, very promising. Initially, they had said that they were going to back us, so we're just meeting with them tomorrow to confirm that and give them a progress report as well. But yeah, we've got all the pieces in place. We feel really, really good about the CFEP grant. We've got a lot of backing from MLA Scott Sear. He's and Minister Tanya Furr came and visited the facility, and we've had a lot of help. It sounds very, very promising that we're going to get that grant. Of course, we won't know until January. But the signage opportunities, the sponsorship opportunities, those are looking very promising as well. So, of course, none of this is going to be put in place by the end of the year when we are going to be finished our theater. Now, to pause this at this point is only going to cause exponential costs. Because they're there now and everything's here, everything's ready.
Well, we'll lose our bids. Most importantly, we'll lose our bids that we have all secured, so we'll have to do new bids, which will in turn create more cost. So, and just to be clear, the Northern Lights School Division has said that they would support us up to $300,000. So we would be asking the MD to support us for the remainder of the cost, which is
About,
1.2 million? No, sorry.
and that's the total
That's
cost.
the
So it's
total
about
cost.
$850.
And we're not asking for money, just a letter of support saying, you know, in case of default, that way the bank will, the credit union will guarantee us the funds.
And then we can get into the theater and start making money. Because once the theater's opened, and we already have bookings set aside for the theater at this point. So we're going to be announcing one for May, another for February, some local artists. And so once that theater's in operation, then we can start making money. So to delay any of this is just gonna start costing. So we're hoping that you guys can back us for that amount.
Okay, we have a
yes.
question. I don't know if you guys are finished, but we have a question right now.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, we just have one more thing.
You
But
guys look like yours finished, sorry.
Sorry?
If you guys want to finish, go ahead. If you guys want to finish, go ahead. I can ask
Oh,
a
we just
question.
want, it was another thing about the, we'd like to be on the approved eligible community associations list for future operating grants. We understand that we have to ask that here in order to get put on that list. So that was the only other item that we had.
Yeah, Matt's marking it down to bring it back to a future meeting of the whole, okay?
Thank you.
All right, I guess go ahead, Counselor Fidel.
So my question is more towards administration. Can we even back up an association like this with a ask? So I know we have to fall within the MGA as far as who we can loan money to or who we can back. And I'm just a question that maybe for our administration to bring back, or you might know.
I did talk to our previous CAO about this, and he figured there was not a problem at that time, but he was gonna look into it, and so,
Yeah.
yeah. But at that time, I didn't think it was a problem.
Okay.
But we'll have to check into this as, for sure, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for that question. Go ahead, Counselor
Yeah.
Swigert.
Thanks for that. So when you get the grant, because I'm gonna, assume you're gonna get it, where does that put you financially? You'll still need a credit union loan or a bank loan? And so, tell me a little bit about that, just to be clear. So, how many years is the loan and how much of a loan but it sounds like you might need to get the loan before you get the CFEP grant. Is that true?
Yes, it does. We would have to do that. And upon backing, the credit union and our organization are going to meet to discuss all of those terms. But if you can see through with our operational review that we sent you, we do have money. We are making money as soon as we open that theater, that we can pay that monthly amount until we get the sponsorships figured out and confirmed, and the CFEP grant.
With the confirmation of the CFEP grant and our 3 sponsorship places sold, that will be a $950,000 influx of cash. So would put us, not completely flush, but very close upon completion. We've also have some setbacks in there for operation of our first year, being, we have to staff it, we have to pay for, maintenance and all of the things when the doors open. We've also approached the town for a $40,000 request for operations, and plan to go back to Cold Lake and go back to all the wells and make sure that we're doing our due diligence to dig in all the corners.
Counselor Fidel.
Yeah, you have a strong community that's supporting you guys for sure, but just want to just make sure that that we can do that.
Yeah.
That's my only ask of that, so, yeah.
Councillor Slipchuk?
Yeah, this is good, a good thing they're doing here. But I just wondered, like, so what, is there anything you guys have thought of what we could have in place to protect our taxpayers' money if we go forward? Because I'm sure it'll succeed, but if in the case it didn't, how do we protect our investment? And have you guys looked at any things on that end for us?
How would we protect your investment?
Yeah.
Like, would we have to sign something with you, I would imagine, to protect your investment with us? Yes. Just in the event that it happens,
Yeah.
right? Like, we expect that, yes.
Did that answer your question?
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Yes, administration did look into it, and it does look like we can, as long as they qualify as a non, a charitable group. Yes, it does look like we can pull it through. So with direction from council, we can look at that further.
Okay. Deputy Reeve?
So it's my understanding then that if, so you wanted to apply for this loan right away, right? To
Yeah.
basically to get your project finished?
Yes.
Now, if you were successful with the grant and then the sponsorships, that money would all go towards paying off that loan, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And our future fundraising with the Foundation Gala, Golf and Gala, will continue to go towards the capital that's owing on the building until it's paid off, and then that will go to, you know, obviously to our other initiatives into running the theater. So hopefully we don't, if our gala continues to be successful, God willing, we won't be needing to come to the town or to the MD for operating costs, because that will be our, like the hospital gala, that will be our
self-sustaining.
operating cost. But everything up until then will be going to paying off the loan.
Thank you. Councillor Fidev?
Yeah, I think we also like follow up with a letter of support to Mr. Furr's office, just to do that right now before the approval process goes up. But I think it's important to keep the ball rolling and not get the to rebid, because that's going to add a lot of cost to everything.
Yes.
So we've seen everything go up, and yeah, so you also have to be careful about retroactive expensive, prior to the application from the CFAP as well. So there's some criteria to that as well, so.
I'm sorry,
sure we could-
I didn't hear that, quite that.
So there's some retroactive expenses that might not be covered, because you have to get the funding first before you spend the money. So be careful of that. I know with us, certain projects we couldn't start until, like, our loading docks, our boat launches in Coal Lake, we couldn't start until the funding was there in place. So there's a couple of tricky things to work for. I'm sure our guys could probably help you out with that.
Yes, just to speak on that, that was, we did have, take that into consideration. That's why we split the project into 2 phases, and we have applied to this as a phase 2 project. And as far as I know, we've come under that umbrella with everything that we're doing, so
Awesome.
we're good. We have met with, I personally met with the minister 3 times now, so I'm hoping that she remembers my face. I did my best to make my appearance memorable, but we will follow up with her. We could certainly get, if you need a letter of support from her, we can reach out to their office.
Yeah, but I think we should do that again, just a reminder, right?
Well, she looked pretty in favor when I was there,
Yeah.
when they did the tour there. It was a lot. It was pretty impressive. I'm sure she was pretty impressed. What kind of signage do we have from the MD there?
On the north auditorium wall,
Yeah.
the north auditorium wall, we're going to be having our community builders with yourselves and the town of Bonnyville, of course, the Alberta government, all up in that nice big area. When you first walk in to the theater, that's what you're going to see.
Okay.
It will be on the far wall, so it'll be the first thing that you basically see straight ahead of you.
I understand. All right. Any other questions, comments? Well, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Just looking for a motion now, gentlemen. Councillor Swaggart.
Yeah, Mr. Eve, so, you know, I made just a bit more clarity because they sounded quite concerned about timelines. So if we just make the motion that, you know, it gets brought back, does that give them and us time to do stuff? Or, you know, is there something we can do right now? Or
I'll
do-
put
or
that
do
back
we
to Matt. How's that
Want
sound?
to?
I believe, just the little bit of talking that I've heard, that if we bring this back in two weeks, I think that'll be fine for them.
Sufficient time?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
All right, then-
And I'll just ask, what does that do for us if we wait 2 weeks, though?
So
That we
we'll-
couldn't do right now.
So we'll make sure that the wording's all correct from our legal, make sure that everything's good.
You need to dot the i's and
Yeah.
cross the t's for sure. You know, I think Councillor Fidei made a point of that, saying that, and I think he's absolutely right, right? You gotta check that out for sure.
Yes.
I'll make the motion as written there. Accept the
As-
presentation, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for making this motion. The council accepts the presentation by Clayton Bellamy Foundation for the Arts as information, and furthermore directs administration to bring their request for a financial loan for the completion of the construction of the Strathcona Performing Arts Theatre to a future meeting of council for consideration. Any discussion? Yes, I see some there. Go ahead, Councillor Slipchuk.
Yeah, could we add in that friendly amendment to put in there for the next council actual date in there that is brought?
Do you guys want that, or it's going to be back for next council? Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Okay.
Yeah. Councillor Fidei?
Just to clarify, we're not giving a loan, we're backing a loan,
Yeah.
correct? So that says, the motion says for a loan. Sorry, I'm just,
Yeah,
request
that's
for a
a-
financial loan.
That's a good, for financial backing for a loan, or how would you?
Yeah, I read through the Lakeland, your credit union, and basically they just want to make sure.
It's like a
that-
letter of support.
It is
Yeah.
pretty well, but if things go sideways, then we're on.
Guaranteed backer.
Guaranteed, exactly, so.
I'll just wait for it to come, and then I'll redo it. Good catch on that. Is that good now? That's the same.
So we changed the wording a little bit just to indicate that it's regarding a financial loan. We used the wording that they had used in their request form, so we don't know if they're wanting us to be a guarantor for the loan or back it in some other way. So it's, if you guys want to add any specific verbiage, we certainly can.
Regarding backing the financial loan?
Because we have nothing to do with the financial loan period, do we? No, we're just a. It's like a co-signer. How do you like that, gentlemen? Councillor Crick?
Yeah, I don't think this has any bearing because I don't think we have much debt, but this would come out of our debt borrowing limit then, wouldn't it? Yes. Okay, thanks.
All right, I'll read that again. How's that sound? Thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for making this motion that the council accepts presentation by the Clayton Bellamy Foundation for Arts as information. Furthermore, directs the administration to bring back the request regarding the backing of a financial loan for the completion of the construction of the Strathcona Performing Arts Theatre to a future meeting of council for consideration. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. I believe we're at 9.3.1, is that correct? LU 581.
Hello again, gentlemen.
Hello.
Bylaw number 581, amending rezoning LU 579. Administration is seeking approval for bylaw number LU 581, amending bylaw LU 579 to correct the Alberta Township System ATS location reference. The amendment will correct the ATS location associated with the given Lot 1 Plan 8620814 to Southeast 1662-1 West the 4th Meridian as per the Alberta land title. Bylaw number LU 579 received third reading by council on August 27th, 2024. A review of this bylaw revealed a clerical error in the Alberta Township System location stated within the bylaw. This proposed amendment is to correct that error. To make the necessary correction, an amending bylaw must receive 3 readings: first reading, a public hearing, second and third reading. Bylaw LU 579 will be rescinded concurrent with the third reading for bylaw LU 581. Notification was mailed on October 28th, 2024 to all adjacent landowners, and no concerns have been brought forward. Administration's recommended action is that bylaw LU 581, being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87, to amend bylaw LU 579, rezoning bylaw, be given first reading.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Fadeev?
Yeah, I'll make the motion for first reading, please.
Thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making this motion that bylaw LU 581, being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87, to amend bylaw LU 579, rezoning bylaw, be given first reading. Any discussion, gentlemen? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
On to 9.3.2. Yeah, Councillor Crick, can you just pick your mic up just a hair? Yeah, right there. Thanks. Hey, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
I can't see it under the.
So
I can't see it underneath your screen. Sorry, Lisa.
Go ahead. So administration is presenting information regarding the latest inventory of licensed MNIA Bonnyville land parcels. Following the direction received from the Council Committee of the Whole on September 17th, administration conducted an internal examination of all the land parcels titled to the MD that are currently being licensed. Although from a planning perspective, disposal of lands is not recommended, given its limited availability in general, administration has categorized the licensed municipal parcels as follows. So as per Appendix A is the list of the ones that we would suggest to continue to license.
I don't know if you want me to go through the constraints, but the constraints are listed there as to reasons why for each parcel. Appendix B shows the list of lands. So there's 5 lands that are currently leased. Well, one of them is not leased. That would have the potential for sale if we're looking to sell properties. And as well on Appendix C is the list of 4 parcels that would have the potential to be sold to an adjacent landowner only. As per our policy, without legal and physical access, we would only sell it to an adjacent landowner and would require it to be consolidated at that time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crick?
Yeah, so I see the recommended action is to receive it as information.
Correct.
And if we do that, what does that change or do for the MD?
Well, from a planning perspective, we would not recommend to sell any of these properties. So if council's direction is to sell, we would move forward with that as well.
So only if council's direction is to sell, then something would be sold?
Beg your pardon?
So if we receive this as information, then only if council directs, then something would be sold? It's not like anything's going to happen without council knowing, or what?
No, well, correct. So these ones that are licensed, they are in a license right now that does not expire till December 31st of 2026.
Okay.
So if council is looking for us to look into at the end of these licenses, to see these
Okay.
parcels for sale or what council's direction would be.
And then as far as the values that are attached to those properties, is that what we would be looking to sell them at if we wanted to sell them?
So those are the estimated fair market value, correct?
Okay. And then I guess I would, if we did go to sell them, I would challenge the estimated fair market value on some of those based on one of the lake frontage property. I think it's probably, my guess is it's just based on per acre sales of land in that area, not really taking into account that specific piece of property?
We did get it specifically for that property from the assessment department. However, they are an estimate at this time.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Councillor Fadeev?
Yeah, it's great to see this list because we never know when we might be donating it to a nuclear reaction company.
There you go. All right, just looking for a motion then, gentlemen. All right. Sorry, go ahead now. Sorry, I shut you off. All right, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion that council accepts a licensed municipality lands inventory report as information. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried on to 9.3.3.
So Ron Erlacher, developer of River Ridge Estates, Phase 2, made a delegation at the October 8th, 2024 council meeting asking for relaxation or removal of certain conditions of the development agreement dated November 5th of 2012 for River Ridge Estates Phase 2, which is located in the southwest of 12, 62 of 2. The following is a summary of correspondence and events associated with River Ridge Phase 2. Phase 2 of the subdivision was registered on December 5th of 2012, and a development agreement was entered into on November 5th of 2012. Unfortunately, the developer failed to meet all conditions of the development agreement, resulting in a stop order issued on December 1st of 2016. The stop order mandated the completion of the outstanding local improvements. Following the stop order, Mr. Erlacher did not complete the paving local improvement by the stop order deadline of July 30th of 2017. After receiving complaints from residents of River Ridge Estates regarding the unfinished road, administration reached out to Mr. Erlacher on multiple occasions to establish a timeline for completing the local improvement. Unfortunately, in August of 2017, Mr. Erlacher proceeded with the paving of the base prior to notification to the municipality, as was required. This resulted in the road base not receiving proper inspection and preventing its acceptance by the municipality. On October 16th of 2019, a letter was sent to Mr. Erlacher outlining the specific samples and tests required for the internal road system's approval. The municipality is currently holding a letter of credit in the amount of $195,000 as per the development agreement. In March of 2021, the developer requested council's approval to apply a seal coat to the internal road system instead of the recommended 40mm overlay. At this time, he expressed willingness to complete the outstanding stormwater management plan as per the development agreement. On April 7th of 2021, council approved the chip sealing approach, but stipulated that the developer to provide updates on the stormwater management plan every 4 months. Administration continued to follow up with Mr. Urlacher with multiple requests for updates on the stormwater management plan process. On September 13th of 2023, we did receive confirmation from SE Designs that they were working on the stormwater management plan for River Ridge Estates. However, in the spring of 2024, Mr. Urlacher informed us that he would no longer proceed with the stormwater management plan, citing the consultant's recommendation for a storm pond and associated costs. So attached for council's reference, you can see Appendix A. So as shown on the map, there's a documented erosion is located on Lot 11 in the northeast corner of the subdivision. And on page 2, after the pavement that was completed prior to notification in August of 2017, an inspection was completed and it resulted in standing water was documented by our Public Works Department 3 days after a rainstorm. So this marked the beginning of the documented drainage issues. In July of 2020, the MD was notified by a landowner that the drainage issue in the subdivision was creating erosion on Lot 11 as well. A subsequent inspection revealed that there was extensive erosion damage in the northeast area of the subdivision. So there are a few photos here, if we could scroll through them. I know it's hard to tell by a photo. And then even in the last one, if you can see in the top left-hand corner of this one, you can see the street light that's up on the road. So you can tell it's quite a steep bank coming down from the top of the cul-de-sac down into this parcel.
Yep. Councillor Swigert?
When you said erosion on the northeast, you meant, or was that Lot 11?
That is
talking
lot,
about
yes,
Lot
correct,
11?
that is Lot 11 as well. So those photos were taken right where that box is on that first page, going down the hill.
Can you clarify what, maybe it's too much detail, but the storm, what was he expected to do? Put a pond on a Lot 11 and collect the water, or what, do you know what it
So
was?
as per the original area structure plan, they were figuring that a drainage easement just on the bottom part of that Lot 11 would be required for stormwater management, but once he consulted the engineers, they're stating that he would need to actually put a pond. So that would probably take up that lot number 11.
Good, Dana?
I see the pictures. I mean, I'm not all that clear on it. I guess he hasn't finished what he's supposed to, but he shows standing water, in a ditch, but come to Ardmore, you can see standing water in a ditch for, after rain. So I guess we're missing something here, but I'm not quite sure what. I'm not sure.
Okay, Councillor Fideev?
Yeah, at the end of the day is, this is a developer that didn't complete the project. The engineering end of it is, was done by engineer. We didn't know what the process was going to be. The engineer, which took everything into account, have calls from residents in the area that are not happy with the erosion and lack of completion from the developer. And I think we have those policies in place. If we've seen what happened to Country Lane and Countryside, where, we had, stormwater issues, and we try to mitigate it, and now we are. And now we're going to bring it back for looking at it. I think our administration is doing a great job with this. And the engineering company took everything that they could, and they compiled it, and this is what the needs assessment is. So that's the end of the day.
Councillor Crick?
So, I understand that this is quite a bit different than Countryside, Country Lane, where those subdivisions are really flat. This, if my understanding is correct, this subdivision's gone quite a bit of a slope. So I'm wondering why the water can't run down on the south along the south boundary of Lot 11 as opposed to having a pond? Because it would just go down to the ditch, down the highway, and it would run down the highway ditch right to the Beaver River, if my understanding is correct there.
So the consultant who the developer has hired has stated that a pond would be required. If the consultant said that a drainage or some kind of system would work for that, the MD would be satisfied with that as well, but it is the consultant that is telling the developer that he does require a storm pond.
So, yes, excuse me, yeah. So right now, the development was built on this. So all the water that's being collected is being collected in a ditch and is going to a certain spot. And that spot should be, the water should be slowing down. There's other developments that have storm ponds, and I think they're in place for a reason. Hamelot has one. Like, there's numerous, the Country Lane, Countryside have one as well, right? But they're, they had some issues, low-lying or not. This place, or that slope was never built to funnel all that water into one lot. And again, you have residents concerned that are, they're concerned about their value of their place and everything else. And I think it's just a development agreement, and we just have to follow through with it.
So if we reaffirm, the recommended motion is to reaffirm the commitment of the development agreement. That means he has to put a stormwater pond on Lot 11, or what?
So that means he needs to get an approved stormwater management plan and complete the improvements as per the plan. So if the plan states that he needs a pond, then he would need to construct a pond.
Okay, so if he doesn't like what the one consultant says, he can go to a different consultant and get a plan made that says the water can run down the edge of the property line, or what?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear
If he
that.
doesn't like if one consultant says he has to have a storm water management plan where that green diamond is, then he could get a different plan from somebody else potentially that says they could.
As long as it's a qualified consultant?
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Just looking for a motion.
Wait, well, I'll make the motion for option number 1 then.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion that council reaffirms commitment of the MD of Bonneville to the terms and conditions of development agreement dated November 5th, 2012 for Phase 2 of River Ridge subdivision located in the southwest 1262 to west of the 4th M. Any discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Yes, Councillor Crick.
Sorry, while you're reading that, I thought of a couple more questions. So who's responsible for the road in that subdivision right now? Like, do we do the maintenance on that?
So the road itself, I believe it just finished a warranty period for the chip sealing and it was not accepted. So it's not accepted at this time.
So when it snows, does Erlacher plow the snow or does the MD plow the snow on that?
So we do have a snowplow agreement that we usually sign with developers that allows for us to go in and clear the snow during the winter. But at that time, the agreement itself does not hold us liable if we do some damage to the road.
Okay. So have our infrastructure guys seen any problems there, like with the water? Or is this just strictly through a plan that we're working off of?
I could allow them to come up and speak if you
Sure.
wish.
Morning, Council. We have seen some issues there in the past, over the last couple of years. It's been dry years. So, there hasn't been a whole lot of standing water left there. However, when it was first developed, that's when we saw the potential for, problems to exist in the future. So, again, it's just been dry over the last couple of years that we haven't seen any further deterioration or erosion of the ditches and that water course going through the pictures that you saw. Had we had, significant runoff over the last couple of years, that would have been, in my opinion, deeper, wider, just more damage caused to that. So.
Okay, so this subdivision's been in place, like the houses that are in there, they've been there for 10 years now, I think, or more. We've had lots of runoff, maybe not the last 2 years, but before that we've had lots of runoff. And even 3-4 years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe we had, I think 4 years, we had quite a significant rain in June, depending where you were, anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rain when the Beaver River almost took out some of our bridges. Was it a big issue then with all that water?
We found this in 2020, so that's when we found the damage that was being caused there. And again, administration is just looking forward at the amount of work that would be needed in order to repair the damage if this were to continue, similar to some of the other subdivisions that at the time when we were doing Countryside, Country Lane, Willow, that kind of thing, council of the day made the stance that we're not going to, we don't want to accept anything that's not that's going to cost us money in the end. So administration is just moving forward with that ideology of council that we're not going to accept this. So that's why it didn't meet the development agreement. He hasn't complied with what we had asked for in the beginning. So that's why administration is here, with the recommendations that we have.
Okay. Yeah, I can appreciate that. I guess my biggest concern was when I heard a pond is necessary on such a steep slope, but he has to come with a plan that's satisfactory, according to my knowledge here, and I think that makes sense. So
through the Reeve to Councillor Crick, we have no comment on at least I don't think planning and development. We have no comment on what the engineer recommended for it. We just asked for a stormwater management plan. We have no skin in the game whether it's a pond or whether it's drainage ditch, that kind of thing. So if the recommendation from an engineer was for a pond, we have no other choice than to accept that until another solution option is presented. And since we haven't been presented with one, and looking at the damage that has been caused already, we wouldn't recommend accepting this as is.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Slipchuk?
So if any issues arise because of a flooding in that area or something, who's liable? Like, he is as the developer, isn't he? Like, there's no liability comes on us at this point.
Correct. He still has a signed development agreement that he would be completing the stormwater management plan.
All right, just looking for, we have a motion, I guess. Any other discussion on this motion, gentlemen? Yes. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. There you are. Go ahead.
What's our next step, though, if he chooses not to? Is it goes to legal or whatever, and then we get it done, do you think?
Yes, our next step would be to get a hold of Mr. Alacker to let him know whatever decision is made today, to let him know he needs to move forward. It also could be some legal advice on what we need to do to try to expedite the process.
Okay, just going to make sure here. So if we voted against this and we had a major flood in 2 years and it totally wiped out the bank, we'd be held.
I'm sure I'm not able to answer that.
Yeah, but we would be. All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think we're on to 9.3.4.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
The Planning and Community Services Department is here today to present you with our third quarterly report. So first up is Planning and Development, Ms. Lisa Folliott.
Took off too soon.
I didn't sit down.
That's extra points for you.
Yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
this is the third progress report for 2024 for planning and development. On our first page, we just have it at a glance. So we have 70 development permits that were issued, 47 building permits, 10 subdivision applications received, 40 realtor reports, 955 calls received by our P&D reception, 11 housing starts, 184 safety codes permits, 330 inspection reports. We had 70 address signs that were ordered, and 22 satisfaction surveys were sent out. So for development permits, we did have development permits in all wards in the MD. So we had 70 development permits issued, with an average time to issue 2 days for permitted use, 16 days for approach permits, and 28 days for discretionary use permits. Then building permits, we had building permits, the majority, 42, were in residential. So we did have 47 building permits that were issued with an average time to issue of 18 days, and the total construction value at $9.5 million. We had 10 new subdivision applications received, and we had 4 applications endorsed in the third quarter with an average of 39 days to approval for each subdivision application. Under safety codes permits, we had 184 safety code permits issued, 65 electrical, 20 plumbing, 79 gas permits, 20 septic permits. We also had 330 inspection reports that were processed within this time. The average time to issue for electrical, plumbing, and gas permits were issued the same day that they were received, and septic permits were issued with an average of 3 days. In our 40 realtor reports that we got, the turnaround time for those was 2 days. We had 70 signs ordered for address signs. We had 99 signs picked up with an average turnaround of 2 weeks to get the signs ordered. We had 1 new non-compliance in this third quarter and 2 resolved by issuance of development and building permits. Just a quick update on the Murray Lake subdivision, the forestry lands. So confirmation was received in August that First Nations consultation will not be required. So with this information, we are hopeful that the process to purchase the lands will be completed in the near future, although we have not been given a date. Satisfaction surveys, 22 surveys were sent out. We did receive 6 responses, and all those received were satisfied to very satisfied of the process. Some updates on our area structure plans. So the Moose Lake ASP and the Check-in Hill ASP both were adopted at the August 27th council meeting. The Crane Lake and Highway 55 area structure plans were both adopted on October 22nd at council meeting. And for the Highway 28 and 41 area structure plan review, so we're currently working on the 5-year review of this area structure plan, and we are expecting just some minor updates, including sections related to the regional airport, now under ownership of the MD of Bonnyville. 2 more project updates. So our municipal lands bylaw education. So sign installation was completed for the 2024 priority areas, which included Birch Ridge Estates, Whispering Spruce, as well as the Ethel Lake subdivision. And just an update to council on our joint quality management plan. So the MD has a joint QMP with the town of Bonnyville, the village of Glendon, the summer village of Pelican Narrows, as well as the summer village of Bonnyville Beach. So a QMP is just a plan that is approved by Safety Codes Council, stating the terms and conditions of accreditation and describes the scope, operational requirements, and service delivery standards that need to be met by administration of an accredited organization. So this is issuing for the Safety Codes permits. As QMPs need to be updated every 5 years, a new template was created by Safety Codes Council. So we did host a meeting here with all our municipal partners on November 5th of 2024. The meeting was to review the new draft of the QMP as a whole, and the draft was created and approved by all municipalities. We will be submitting it to Safety Codes Council for approval after all the required signatures have been obtained. If there's any questions.
Mr. Reid?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Swigert.
The satisfaction survey, I'm glad you're doing that. It's nice that we reach out. Can you tell me what the survey was based on? Like who gets one? Yeah.
Yep, so as soon as we close a building permit, a permit service report needs to go out to everybody as per our joint QMP. that this permit is closed, and with that closed permit, we send out a survey, and we ask them how they found the process, how they found the staff, if they attended the office, the safety codes officer that did the inspection, how they found that he was, and just the overall process of the building permit.
And so you probably weren't so happy about, you got 16 people who didn't bother, so can we make it easier somehow so that?
I'm just hoping those 16 people that didn't bother were just very happy.
Very happy.
Yes.
Well, I hope so. I just know, I mean, you can maybe just think about it though and figure out how, because it'd be nice to get more
Yes.
more
We
people
do try to make
respond.
it, we do mail out an actual paper copy if they want to send it out, as well as a link and a QR code if they want to do it online. So we try to make it as easy as possible.
If they weren't happy, they would let you know. They would not. Yeah, I don't think so. All right, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Next up, we have our Asset Management Department. As council knows, we're a little short on our personnel in the Asset Management Department. However, things are looking up. We hope to have one of the two positions filled in the next month. So as such, our focus today is on our GIS department. We've completed 6 maps, as well as 2 forms, surveys, and quick capture systems that are online systems for our departments. Ongoing projects is a creation of an interactive map with waste services. We're also working with infrastructure to develop and reconcile our road inventory data map in our GIS system. This will feed into our upcoming State of the Infrastructure report on our road systems. That's coming to council here within the next quarter. As well, we've been working with emergency services, developing maps regarding our response map areas and egress type of discussions, which Louis had presented to council earlier a few meetings ago. We also have, with our 2024 land ownership map now being managed internally, we have been advertising and are accepting updates on a regular basis, which are being made immediately instead of waiting a year for those updates. Any questions on asset management and GIS? Good. Okay. With that, economic development, I'll ask Mr. Scott to come up.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. It's my pleasure this morning to present to you the Economic Development Third Quarter Report. At a glance, 22 meetings, 2 lead generations, 3 projects, 1 training session, 14 business visits, and 2 events. With regards to following up on the business and industry growth strategy, the business registry program is ongoing. The economic development website design was completed in Q2. Business visitation program, we have a year 1 summary attached, and I'll go through that shortly. The value proposition was completed in Q1. Investment attraction for the NRED grant is ongoing. The Alberta Community Partnership commercial industrial property listing is ongoing, and I just received actually on Friday a note that we'll be reviewing that towards the end of November as we move forward with some contracting. Business attraction, retention, and expansion programs are ongoing. Community profile was completed in Q2 and will be updated whenever needed. A new ACP meat processing facility feasibility grant application has been completed, and we're hoping to hear back about that in the new year. And we're also working on a small community opportunities program grant for unmanned aerial vehicle operations through the hub, and hoping to have some information on that in the near future as well. From a pure economic development perspective, we have collaborative initiatives that are ongoing. We've had a number of lead generations from Invest Alberta, and we have an ongoing shovel-ready project. And so you received today a presentation from Nucleon Energy, and it's my hope that at some point in time in the near future, we'll do a debrief and we'll continue to have some correspondence with them. From a brand development perspective, continue ongoing communication material development, continue to work on the Champion Ambassador Program, which is crucial to the long-term development and maintenance of economic development for the MD. I continue to, wherever possible, support MD rebranding. The economic development newsletter for Q3 is under construction, and hopefully Q3, Q4 will be out shortly. Continue to work on opportunities for council to support business growth. And you'll see attached our business visitation summary, which is I'm very proud to present today. It's basically represents just over, I think it's 14 months. It's 52 participants, and this is a summary of the questions. And so I can go through them individually with you. It would take about 5 to 10 minutes. I think that'd be important if I could. Reeve and Council, if you'll indulge me. Okay, excellent. So the question was asked, how many years has your business operated in the MD? And so it looks like we've got what I would say a pretty decent trajectory. We're starting businesses on a regular basis. We're not seeing a bunch of fits and starts. We've got 14% that have been in business 1 to 5 years, 34% 20 years or more. We've got 5 to 10 years at 24%, and we've got 10 to 20 years at 28%, which is great. This next one is great as well. Please rate the current state of your business. So we broke it down into several components. Fair to steady was 54%, which is great. Good or improving at 44% is awesome. And unfortunately, there will always be some businesses. We had 2%. Report that they were doing poorly or their business was slowing down. What industry sector do you consider your business to be in? And so this was interesting. As you can see that the three major categories were transportation, manufacturing, and mining. And mining would include the energy sector. Over the past year, have the number of your employees increased, decreased, or stayed the same? And this is another great indicator as well. 50% of the businesses said that it has stayed the same. 40% have increased, and only 10% have decreased. That's a very positive sign. What do you like most about doing business in the region? Well, obviously they were, based on the responses, their location and the people that they serve. And I'm happy to say that I led the question by saying they do not have to answer positively just because there is a government representative in front of them. The third most positive response was, did you perceive a business-friendly government environment? And that was very positive. Very few businesses complained about their interactions with the MD of Bonnyville. What do you like least about doing business in the region? The availability of talented labor stood out hugely. And under other, because it wasn't an identified category, and I think it happens sort of by default for many business people. The other section typically included answers like road maintenance and taxes, and I think that's common across the country. And so then, on a more positive note, are there any specific pieces of information that you'd like to have access to or help from ourselves or any of our, what we would call ancillary service supporters, such as the Chamber of Commerce or Community Futures? And human resources and hiring was an issue. Supply chain management was an issue. And succession planning was also. Other was a fairly large catch-all. And I think it was a lot of information there that was something that we couldn't represent, specifically things that were happening at the federal government level, but that was pretty hard to categorize specifically. Within the next 24 months, do you plan on maintaining your operations, expanding, selling, or closing? Another really positive indicator was that Most of the businesses felt that there was room to expand, which goes along with the information earlier saying that their business was either fair or improving. And would you recommend starting or relocating your business in the MD of Bonnyville? A resounding 96, almost 97% said yes. What is your business outlook for the MD of Bonnyville? So 66% said it would be growing, 10% said it would be declining, and 24% said it was stable. Would you provide a testimonial for the website? This didn't gain nearly as much traction as the other questions. We had 8 that said yes, 1 that said no, and the majority of others were, could we get back to them within the next month or so, or whatever. There were a lot of folks that were managers and were part of a larger national firm, and they were unable to answer that question at the time of the survey.
Thank you. I have a question here. Mr. Scarson?
Yeah, so I wanted to circle back to that presentation from earlier. I'm sure you've been very involved with the nuclear power guys.
Yes.
And I guess just what your opinion is on what do we need to do as council next to kind of get to the next step here?
Okay, so typically I would suggest that, within the next 24 to 48 hours, I have a debrief with Nucleon and our interim CEO and our general manager of planning and community services. And then probably the next course of action would then to have some type of process either with the committee of the whole or some other meeting where we could do a deeper dive with Nucleon. And in conversations as they were leaving, they do have some technical professionals that they would be willing to bring to that conversation to have a one-on-one conversation to understand sort of what the trajectory would look like if we were interested in supporting the project. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts, and I think that we'd have to identify how much time and energy we want to commit to moving it forward. But I think that at the very least we have to do a debrief and identify, maybe some initial questions, and then ask council if they would like to have another meeting with them to identify more of the opportunity and ask more very specific questions.
All right, well, I mean, I guess just let us know when you need us to ask that question, I guess, right? Because I think we're interested for sure, at least in the next step.
I haven't had a chance to talk to my general manager yet, but I did have a brief conversation with our interim CEO to that regard. So yeah, I'll certainly keep you informed.
All right, thank you. Councillor Swaggart?
A couple of questions. Just kind of what popped up is what industry sector do you consider? And you said mining. I just curious why you wouldn't have said oil and gas and then mining, because if somebody else reads this, they may think, well, we got lots of mining in the MD.
So based on how business operates and government operates, when we present information since basically around the advent of free trade, we had between Mexico, Canada, and the United States, we had to invent or create codes that would allow us to break through the language barrier. And so we have a thing called NAICS code, which is the North American Industry Classification Code System. And so they have a 4 to 10 digit number for each industry sector. And so inside the mining, right, there is oil and natural gas. It just happens to be the way it was presented, but those people that are reading this information, such as investors and other government officials, that they would know that oil and natural gas fits into that mining category.
Okay.
We can certainly present it for council here in a different way if you like, for sure.
No, that's fine. So that's what I kind of thought it was just you had categories that they were using. So the other question was, the Reeve had brought up, I don't know, a week ago or two about the hydrogen initiative maybe in this area. I just wonder if somebody's reached out or you've reached out, or you recall that?
You're asking me if I have.
Well, the Reeve had a contact name apparently. I just wondering if you've contacted that person?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. As a matter of fact, I've had a phone conversation and a in-person conversation with that individual. And so, you know, I'm not going to say client privilege because I'm not a lawyer, but there's a certain amount of privacy that I, you know, give to clients. And so we had conversations about opportunities, and we talked about where some financing could be had and what kind of government regulations are involved. But I really can't disclose much more information than that at this point.
And then just the meatpacking, so there was an initiative between St. Paul and DMD apparently for meatpacking kind of.
Yep.
You mentioned, it just says new ACP meat processing. Was that it or no? Is there more?
So we've made the application, right? And the Alberta government won't give us an answer on that until the new year.
Okay. No, just one more, and I'm not sure if this is the time or not, but at RMA, I talked to a guy from Paint Earth, and they're into solar, and but he just said reach out to Warner and Tabor, and the MD hasn't done that yet. And I just kind of think, you know, we're maybe missing some initiatives with solar on new buildings and that sort of thing. And I'm not sure if that's an economic development thing, but I'm not sure where to bring that up either. So I'm not sure if anybody in admin has even kind of, I guess, been directed by anybody at council to even consider, you know, should be looking at solar. It's way cheaper now, and these places are saying they've got relatively short paybacks on solar now for a lot of their buildings and stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, so renewable energy and renewable technologies is something that's identified in our business and industry growth strategy, which came out of our original Miller Blaze Dixon study with in conjunction with the town. And so when those opportunities present themselves, you know, we'll definitely track them down. But as far as having any specific direction from council or administration, I haven't been given any very, you know, defined or dialed in direction to go after any projects regarding any specific energy source.
Okay, and I get it, but I'm just not, sorry, Mr. Reed.
Yep. Sorry.
You know, I'm just not sure if council's even interested in solar, but, you know, maybe we're not because we don't know anything about it. But I'm not sure how these other communities, Paint Earth, Warner, they're small. You know, Tabor's a bigger place, but Paint Earth and Warner are smaller. I just don't know who directed them to even, you know, go for this. It's like maybe somebody on council, but I'm just not sure how we drive forward on this if there's an interest. So
you kind of just want to clear up some confusion. You're thinking of economic development. Councillor Swagger is talking about building infrastructure. So what we have in our buildings, what we have on TNU shop, and that's kind of what they're talking about. So that's kind of what they have. So there is a return on their investment, but they have all their anything that has a roof, has solar panels, and that's coming back to running their facilities. So a little different than
Sorry, I
what-
misunderstood that. Yeah, so I mean, as administration, we're aware of different grants and studies that are available. And in fact, I've had this, you know, conversation, I guess, from a background perspective or context, is I've talked to different staff members to see what had been done in the past. And I know before I arrived, there was an individual that was part of a program that would actually did an energy audit for us. What council decided to do with the results of that audit, I'm not guiding that. So it's at the will of council for us to proceed in that regard.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we breaking for lunch?
Administration didn't bring lunch in today. We thought we'd be done shortly after 12, so.
Do you guys want to keep ripping on this, or do you guys want to break for lunch?
Well, I'm gonna go for lunch. I don't know about the rest of you, but there's no way we're done shortly after 12. I mean.
No, but
Okay, we'll break for lunch then. If that's, I think I'm pretty hungry too, so thank you. welcome back. Go ahead, Mrs. Queenbow. Your turn.
So our next section of our Department Quarterly Report, did I just say pork? Report is our Parks and Recreation Department. I'll be presenting today for Greg Shepherd. So in our report, even though it is a third quarter progress report, we will be showing council, among other things, our camping season overview from 2024. Some of the highlights from our full summer camping season, we've seen an increase of about 1,300 total nights booked from last year. Our total nights booked this year was just under 19,000 nights at 18,922. Our total revenue came in at $916,000. The Cold Lake MD Campground showed revenues of $494,000. The Vezo Beach MD Campground showed our highest usage at 52% of possible nights booked. Our other summer rentals, which are picnic tables, bleachers, ball diamonds, we've showed a total revenue of just under $9,000. Capital side, our Q3 project update, we're at 80% complete on our VIC building retrofit, 100% complete of our Vezo Beach Phase 2 project. You'll have noted that we just did a final replacement of the fences along the highway and around the facility, which was the final piece. And our Cold Lake MD Park boat launch is at about 40% complete. We have awarded the contractor for that project. We're just going in now and getting ready to do they've started some of the site work. We're just waiting for December before we can move forward on the water side, but we are still on target to have it completed before next season opening. Our Cold Lake Picnic Shelter is at about 25% complete. We did go out to tender and unfortunately had very few come back. So now we are looking at doing it internally to a certain degree. And our Bonnyville Wellness Coalition Vezo Beach community space is now 100% complete at Vezo Beach, which is just an area they've identified with a couple of commemorative benches or picnic tables, sorry, not benches, and a posted board for community wellness initiatives. Our summer programs report, our playground inspection program continued. To date, we have conducted 340 playground weekly inspections on 17 playgrounds, as well as 5 monthly inspections, along with pressure washing of our structures covered in graffiti, which unfortunately happens quite often. We also replaced stripped bolts and re-welded and painted some of the broken equipment. Commemorative bench program, the 2 benches, actually they were picnic tables that were purchased last quarter by at Vezo Beach, have now been installed. Baseball diamonds were fully booked all season. Marriott Lake and Fort Kent diamonds were utilized by 11 mixed slow pitch teams, as well as 4 minor ball teams for regular season practice. Marriott Lake diamonds also held the year-end mixed slow pitch tournament weekend, as well as private company tournaments. This year, the ball diamonds generated $7,500 specifically in rental fees. Our picnic tables, overall this summer, we've donated tables for 7 events and externally and 8 events internally. We had 12 events that they were rented and utilized at. And that total revenue for this year is just under $1,500. Trail usage, 2024 Q2 and Q3 numbers are shown there. It picked up a little bit, as you can see, especially around Marriott Lake, quite substantially. Again, that's more the hiking trails and whatnot at Marriott Lake. So those are those there. Next, specifically looking at our campgrounds, we do a survey for all campground users, and We received 339 surveys back, and overall, we're happy to say that the majority of our users rated their stay as good to exceptional, 98% total. Our Parks and Recreation security team, this year was the first time we had our security patrols going around, and some of the highlights from that, they actually not only did they patrol our campgrounds, but they also patrolled our baseball diamonds and our outdoor rink sites, which added a little bit extra eyes on our facilities overall. And they averaged 7 sites per night. They have addressed several concerns such as noise complaints, drinking on public lands, vandalism, and ATVs driving in prohibited areas. Our pilot project, our OHV-friendly Pelican Point highlights. I am happy to say that although it started off slowly at the beginning, we actually at the end had 32 OHVs users registered at the campground. We do want that to obviously increase. So we are continuing to work with marketing on strategies to increase those numbers. Council's seen a clip of the recent promotional marketing video that was completed. So that's going to be starting to circulate and move forward with that. Next slide. So overall, our campground bookings, out of all the nights booked, the one with the most nights was Cold Lake MD Park, which you'll see on the left-hand side, followed by Crane Lake, and then Vezo Beach. On the right-hand side, that's a breakdown of our occupancy of our sites, of all 12 locations, 10 because we've combined Crane Lake East and West into one, as well as Mini Lake East and West into one. So overall, the highlights here are our overall accommodation or occupancies went up. There were a few where they went down, but overall, we went from 25% occupancy rate to 27%. Again, our biggest challenge here is the midweek bookings. Lots of people on the weekends, not so many on the weekdays. Next, going into our revenues. So our total revenue, as I mentioned, was $916,000 compared to last year at just under $700,000. Again, Cold Lake is our biggest revenue generator, followed by Crane and Vezo. Our camping revenue went up. Our firewood sales almost doubled. Our concession tripled, and our shower revenues also went up. The firewood sales, just to remind council, this was the first year that we instituted that new bagging system, which we never had before. So now instead of just doing wheelbarrows full of wood, we actually have them packaged, and that's definitely streamlined things and potentially helped us a bit on the sales side. Overall, we've had a 31% increase in total revenues compared to last year. So looking at revenues versus expenses, 23 versus 24, you'll see just again where our main revenue generators are on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, what you'll see there is our expenses comparison. So unlike last year, this year with our new seasonal staff management system, we've started actually doing true cost accounting when it comes to our campgrounds. So what that means is we're also including the costs associated with our full-time staff and our parks general seasonal staff in the project costing per campground. So that's what so the green is all of that together for 2024. So in the 2023 expenses, you'll see that black bar, that's that additional cost that was never calculated previously. But we wanted to show council apples to apples, true cost accounting year over year. So overall, the financial summary, our campgrounds, I'm happy to say, are covering their costs. At the end of the day, our net gain is $14,000 for 2024. That being said, when you look at the profit loss comparison on the right-hand side there, you'll see that Cold Lake is definitely carrying the rest of the campgrounds as far as expenses covering their costs on that. And that's Parks and Recreation. Any questions? No?
Oh,
One?
can we get one? Go ahead.
So you said that it's 14,000. We're ahead $14,000 in our parks, and that's recreation because the ball diamonds as well, I guess. Does that take into account any capital expenses put into those?
No, it does not. This is purely operational.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Good. I'll move on to community services. So this is our section of the report regarding our community giving programs. So overall, our donations and sponsorship recognition policy had received 40 requests, 33 of which were approved. We provided $8,500 in monetary donations and sponsorship this quarter. 6,300 plus in in-kind donations. This includes services and promotional item donations. Council giving, council through motion awarded $2,500 of funding, one to the Cold Lake Snowmobile Club and one to the town of Bonnyville. And then that follows on the following page, a full list of all the organizations who received benefited from those programs. And just a reminder that the Community Action Grant Program had been fully allocated with the second intake for June 15th, and the donations and sponsorship recognition policy. Monetary donations and sponsorship also maxed out in the last quarter. Our Visitor Information and Interpretive Center report. So this is the first year that we've been open for a full season. So July through September this year, we've seen 1,600, almost 1,700 visitors. Majority are definitely locals, but that's good. We're happy to see our local people come out and learn more about what's actually available here in our region. Our trading post seen sales just under $4,000. 244 items were sold. This includes a lot of our local artisans. So this is definitely a benefit, not so much on huge sales for us, but it's really good to promote our local small creative businesses. We also started taking and selling hunting and fishing license this year at the VIC, which has been good. Concession sales went skyrocketing compared to last year. Our ice cream sales, as we had thought, were extremely popular, with the total sales July through September of just under $18,000. Events at the VIC this past quarter included the Rolling Barrage, the Cold Lake Air Show Barbecue, which benefited the Cold Lake Legion, and our end of the season wrap up for the department, as well as one dinner for the SiteLink conference. In addition to that, we also have the boardroom that's still available for rent, which can be used by our community groups for free. Did we have any bookings for the boardroom this past quarter? We had one booking for the boardroom. Any questions? Good. You guys are being so nice to me today.
We're always nice.
Okay, with that, I'll ask our managers from Kinnessoo to come up and do our final section.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Reven Council.
Good afternoon.
So we'll start with the first slide. So just a year-to-date revenue versus expenses. Once again, you do see a dip in revenue, but then on the flip side of that, your expense savings still gives you the variance of about $171,000 difference. So we're further ahead of 171,000 than we were the year before. Now, if we go specifically to the next slide, to the third quarter revenue and expenses, you'll see once again, revenue down, but your expenses were down by quite a differential to about $267,000 in savings from the previous year. Next slide. By service area, so as you can see, you can go across, look at 22, 23, 24 to whereabouts they align within there with regards to the totals. If we go to the next slide. See the adventure park specifically, you'll see that, you know, the number of visits have slowly declined since opening, which is a natural trend with adventure parks. You'll see the operational days did go down, but then when you look on the right-hand side, that loss per day, we've gone from almost $1,200 a day down to $500 loss a day with the reduced hours that we had this year, operational hours. Next slide. So the kitchen, once again, you'll see a reduction in the operational days. You'll see a reduction in the revenue, and you'll see a very large reduction in the expenses. So this equated for about $102,000 differential in savings from the previous year. Next slide. Summer camps, operational days stayed the same. The number of users did go up. The revenue also accordingly went up with that. And then the expenses, just with the way that we ran it this year with less staff, still providing a good experience for the campers. You saw that we actually had a $4,000 profit as opposed to a $16,500 loss the previous year. Next slide. Program special events. So as you saw, the summer camps, 149 kids attended the summer camps. The birthday packages, we sold 16 of those. We did have 20 kids sign up for the Golf Academy. The private bookings and events, we did the Sight Link, the Cherry Grove Show and Shine, the Alberta Care Conference, Oktoberfest, and the early bird season pass sale. And August extended hours on Friday, Saturday, open long weekends. The air show weekend was open 5 days a week to capture that audience for the air show, as we knew that we had those people coming into the community. Next slide. Call this the intermunicipal opportunity for the MD. So as we can see, 45% of our guests are coming from the city of Cold Lake. So majority of the users of the facility are Cold Lake residents. So, you know, I've mentioned it before in the quarterly reports, but getting that intermunicipal agreement together with Cold Lake because of the amount that they're using our facilities, or this specific facility. MD of Bonnyville, 17%, Town of Bonnyville, 13%. So, and then you have the distances to amount of guests, so majority are coming from that hour area, and then subsequently the numbers go down quite a bit as you get further out. Next slide. So the marketing side, so once again, the Ridge Facebook, the KRR Instagram, the KRR Facebook website, you just see sort of the visits and the audience numbers associated to that. Top pages was the home page at 6,613, the adventure park at just under 2,000, the restaurant at just over 1,000, and jobs at 991. For marketing, we did the radio advertisements, the Canada Day promo via email, 5,000 customers, 10% off coupons. So everything that we went to where we had exposure for Canusa, whether it be summer programs or getting people excited for the winter, we'd give out 10% coupon cards to see what kind of traction we had at those trade shows and that, see who was coming back through the facility using those. Unfortunately, the numbers weren't very high on those, but we did attend quite a few of the events as you see on the outreach. We did a Canada Day booth, the Air Show booth, Aqua Days booth, the Gear Grabbers event, and the registration nights both at the Energy Center and the C2. Next slide. So capital projects, the main gate is currently with our operations folks on site. As we look at the best design for that, it isn't mission critical for this year, but it looks like it could end up being a carryover item. The wedding deck venue, once again, this is on hold till we know how we're gonna move forward with the next phases of Canuso, so we don't end up putting it in a place where we're gonna regret and having to move it and do all other things. Snow gun replacement is completely done. The backup generator, slightly ahead of the building here, but they've been on site working away on that at Canuso. Truck replacement is completely done. AC upgrades, during this report it was 85%, but have had contact with them. The sensors that we've been waiting for are in stock. They will be installing them so that our digital controls can read them and then move the air accordingly within the building. Chairlift load decks are 100%, and the phase 1 trail planning at 10 o'clock last night I got a PDF with all those documents for a shovel-ready project, so we're good to go on that end as well. Next slide. So winter 24-25, so November 27th, we tried to be ambitious with our dates, but it's looking like we got to push those guys out till very early December. You know, under perfect conditions, we were hoping that we could get the product in a little sooner, get schools coming in, but it's looking like an early December opening. And then we do have the Santa Claus Parade in Cold Lake on the 29th, which Canuso will be doing the float for. So we'll have that event as well. December 7th, we'll have our first multi-day camp. The 21st, Ski and Tube with Santa event. So hopefully the Reef will be ready for that event on the 21st. 27th to 29, we'll be doing our Christmas camps. And I know in budget deliberations, we talked about our closing days, and the days of closure for us are Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and New Year's Day. And those are the 3 days that we're closed over the holiday season, just for clarity. The Blizzard Blast, New Year's camps, the 3rd to the 5th, right before the kids go back to school. Then the CADS training, so the adaptive ski program, they'll be coming in on the 10th and 11th to get a few of our instructors certified with some of the other volunteers that are with that group. In March, we'll be doing the Rail Jam and Freestyle competition. And then to close out the season, we'll be doing our Slush Cup as we did last year as well. Thank you. Any questions from council?
You'll be able to open on the 27th?
No, it's gonna be, it'll be early December. Yeah, just based on the weather.
And when is the Santa Claus Parade in?
29th for the parade.
29th?
Cold Lake.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I got Councillor Fidea first, then Swaggart.
Hi, just looking at your marketing and reach and everything else, do you have an idea why we haven't, I guess, got the effect that we're hoping for Lloydminster and area, since we're so close, really? Hour and a half away, you know, I mean, they get to go to North Battleford for that exciting hill there, which is, should be no competition for what we have to offer.
Yeah, through the Reeve, through to Council Fideo. You know, there's a few elements that could be involved there. It could be about the travel distance, you know, is it worth the additional monies when you can go into an urban center and have all the other amenities possibly that they're looking for? Not saying that we can't do a better job advertising in those communities as well. We do draw from schools from the area. And what we've seen with our summer programs, if it's, you know, kids are coming in, and even kids from out of town that have come into the programs, they'll come on the weekend and want to go to the aerial park with their parents, go golfing with the parents. So it's just trying to build on that momentum as the schools come in. And we're doing smaller sizes on the hill this year to give all the kids a better experience on the hill. So hopefully providing the better experience will draw these kids back to the community with their families when they come back from the hill.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just was wondering.
Councillor Swaggart.
There's been lots of press recently about Travel Alberta, Alberta Recreation Parks or whatever, but promoting local accommodations, like, because they're getting away from Banff and, you know, Jasper and that sort of thing, and they're opening up these other zones, and we're in a zone, and they're talking about trying to promote accommodations. So I'm just wondering if we've had any discussions with the province at Kinnessoo, sort of, you know, maybe they're interested in helping us do that sort of thing with accommodation at the Hill.
Yeah, there were announcements late last week regarding four-season destinations through the province and their funding streams coming back through. I know they did mention a lot of the bigger name, venues in those, but there'll definitely be opportunities that are coming up. Travel Alberta also has various grants out, which we've applied for, one of them with a festivals grant, trying to bring, a concert to the Hill in the summer with a headliner, but we'll wait to see how that goes through. That was the expression of interest was submitted on Friday, and that could be a very big opportunity, 750 plus people at the Hill, and then the multiplier effect through the campgrounds, through the hotels, through the restaurants, and all retailers in the community.
Okay, and can you just comment on, so you look at the stats for the adventure park, and of course, I think we realize that an adventure park, people have used it once or twice and they kind of get tired of it. And then so the stats are really showing that 2347 and then 1841 and then 1261. And so of course you're seeing that because you're going to predict next year it's going to be, down to 800 visits or something. But what are your thoughts on what do we do with the adventure park?
Yeah, and I think we've hired a programmer in the last few weeks, and having that programmer on site to really help kind of build the programming around that asset, I think is going to be huge. Having a concert series, you're going to have a lot of people that aren't in the 1-2 hour radius that are coming in from out of town that haven't had that experience. And in, a 2-3 day window, if we can get, additional 90 people a day up there, that's just one weekend, but definitely those type of things. When the air show was on, we ran a special for people using the adventure park. So it's just trying to capture those local events and really trying to piggyback on those and create opportunities for people to get that exposure on it. The other piece to that is the schools. As 2 years ago with their insurance, there was insurance issues. This year we didn't have those concerns. So you saw in our second quarter, we had those school groups coming through. So hopefully offsetting any, revenue dip we may see there. And then with the special events and having that attraction for people coming into the community, just really building on those opportunities.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, just looking for a motion. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fadeev. Oh, are you done? Yeah.
Add as well, Scott wanted me just to mention that the other big thing that happened this quarter was the SiteLink Forum, and that he will be coming back to council here, and then I believe it's on the 26th with a follow-up, kind of a debrief session on next steps following the SiteLink.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Swigert.
Sorry, it wasn't on that, just the restaurant at Kinnessoo. So what are we doing with, operating hours and stuff? And it's one of those things, if you're not kind of consistent, people will show up and then realize you're closed and then not come back, ever again kind of thing. But is it going to be consistently open on weekends and that's all, or I'm not sure? Or just
Sure. So through the Reeve, just like last year, we're tying the restaurant hours to the ski hill hours. So it will be open Wednesday through Sunday, all throughout the ski season.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none? Okay. I just looking for a motion, and Councillor Fadeev made it already. So thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making this motion that Council accepts the Planning and Community Services 2024 third quarter report as information. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. It's carried.
Thank you.
9.3.5? Is that FCSS? Yes? Go ahead. I'll have to turn you on. Go ahead.
So the reason I added this to the agenda was the Bonnyville and District FCSS had a surplus of revenue, and they decided to use the surplus on a community needs assessment. And I think it was recommended that wards, because that Bonnyville and District FCS only applies to wards 1 through 4. And it was recommended to add, or to at least see what it would cost to add wards 5 and 6. So it has come back that it would be an additional $1,200 on top of the quote to add wards 5 and 6 to that needs assessment. So I just thought I'd bring it to council. If council wants to go ahead and do that, then, and I'm sure Esther can speak more about what that's about if she wants, but.
Councillor Fedave?
Yeah, I was kind of conversing back and forth on email with Councillor Crick and Ms. Skiambow. It's one of those things where I think it's important for Bonnyville FCSS to have an open dialogue with Coal Lake. And if those dialogues haven't been there, then it's hard for us to say, because they're the ones, 5 and 6 are predominantly used by FCSS and Coal Lake. They know the possible needs, but I think it should be a working relationship, not just this is what we're going to do. And I think it's key for us to do that.
Key for us to do.
Oh, sorry, shut you off.
Oh, yeah,
Go ahead.
So I think it's key for both FCSSs to work together if it's a joint program. This is not just for wards 1 to 5. They wanted to have it from 1 to 6. And it's just, like, I have no problem with going with it as long as both administrations are aware of it and want to move forward with it.
Would you like to?
Sure.
Yep.
Mr. Reeves, so when this originally came up, Bonnyville FCSS will be moving forward with it once the advisory board votes on it, I believe, at their next meeting. And they're just looking for approval relatively quickly on whether or not to move forward with the town of Bonnyville and wards 1 to 4 or all 6 wards. At the end of the day, my comments to them when this was initially discussed was dependent on how much it cost. It would be more of an awareness for the MD as far as what are the needs of our entire municipality, not just 1 to 4. That being said, I'm unclear at this time what Bonnyville FCSS will be doing with the results, but from what I've seen in the request for proposal that they put together and that we actually helped advertise for them, this is more of a definition of, okay, this is what our community needs, and it's more of a justification to the province as to why they're getting the funding, and these are our high need areas. I believe that it's a great idea that the two of them work together and actually coordinate to make sure that the survey and the information we collect is something that, whether it's the town of Bonnyville or City of Cold Lake, I see if you're defining needs, your survey should be you should both be working together to define those things. But at this time, I understand this is a town of Bonnyville initiative. We can definitely, I'd highly recommend we inform Cold Lake FCSS that this is happening and confirm with the town of Bonnyville that we can use these results and share them with the city Cold Lake FCSS department, because their programs should be reflective of the needs of our community.
Okay, Councillor Crick, then Councillor Fedave.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so it came out in an email here a couple days ago, and that's why I added it. It came out Friday, actually. That's why I added it as an emergent item, and nobody really got a heads up. from the emails that I've got, the FCS, the Bonnyville District FCSS has everyone except for me has said yes to the email vote, which will be ratified at the next meeting. And I'm not necessarily in opposition. I just wanted, it's an extra ask of $1,200 for wards 5 and 6. So I thought I'd bring it to council, see what council wants to do. The Bonnyville District FCSS had originally budgeted $40,000 for the needs assessment. And the RFD that came through email is asking for $50,350 from the Bonnyville District FCSS for this needs assessment. And then there'd be another $1,200 on top for if we want to do wards 5 and 6 with that. So that's about all the information I have on it, and it's just kind of up to council which way you guys want to go.
You probably just enlighten me as far as the assessment goes. If they, I guess, assess 65% of the MD, would that not give you a good picture of what the rest of the MD looks like? It's not as if we're assessing 20% of it and then we need, so I'm not sure what the extra $1,200 will do to change the assessment to add those on. That's just my question. Again, I think it's important in a study like this that both municipalities, Bonnyville and Cold Lake, are on the same page. I can't stress that enough.
Thank you. Councillor Swigert?
Yeah, I'm sort of unclear too. So they want to do a needs assessment because they had extra money left over. And so it was originally quoted at 40,000. Is that, and then they got another quote for 53,000, and then they want $1,200 extra to do wards 5 and 6. Does that make sense?
Oh, I'm sorry. Me again.
It was budgeted at 40, and then the quotes came in at, the recommended quote is at 50,350.
And so what was the $1,200 for then?
That's if we want to add wards 5 and 6 to the needs assessment. It's an additional 1,200.
Really?
Probably just because they're going to interview, survey, do a little bit, expand the survey a little bit, right? But a lot of the legwork's already done, so.
So when they first started thinking about a needs assessment, they just said, we'll just do wards 1 through 4?
Well, and that's because the Bonnyville District FCSS is for the town of Bonnyville and wards 1 through 4. So that
Is that like is that sort of some legislation somewhere that when the province funds it, they say that you've split the MD up into, I'm not sure, I'm just curious how they come up with that.
No, that would just be with the agreement that we have with the town. Because we have an agreement to have the Bonnyville District FCSS with the town of Bonnyville. And we serve, that FCSS serves wards 1, 2, 3, and 4, plus the town. And the Cold Lake and District FCSS serves City of Cold Lake and wards 5 and 6 of the MD.
Mr. Eve, I can comment that we do have an agreement with both the town of Bonnyville and the City of Cold Lake, which defines that breakdown. It works out to about 68% served at through Bonnyville FCSS, and the remainder by Cold Lake FCSS.
Thank you. Councillor Fadeev?
Yeah, quick question. So in regards to when Bonnyville FCSS was in charge of the seniors transportation grant, were they just doing wards 1 to 4?
Through the Reeve note, it was for the full MD.
Thank you.
So my understanding with the transportation grant was that the Bonnyville District FCSS, when they were doing the transportation grant, which is not supposed to use use FCSS dollars for transportation, which is why they're not doing it anymore. They did wards 1, 2, 3, and 4, and they had a partnership, I think, with Age Friendly Cold Lake where Age Friendly Cold Lake took care of the residents. No, that was my understanding. I could be wrong.
Through the Reeve, Age Friendly Cold Lake, I believe, serves wards 5 and 6 as well. However, our senior transportation grant program was available to all 6 wards. It was just that it was being administered through Bonnyville FCSS, but Councillor Crick is absolutely right. They can't claim any administrative costs for administering that program through the provincial FCSS funding. Which is why there was an issue with that.
So I'm just looking for direction from council, which way you guys want to go, if you want to include wards 5 and 6 or not, and then I'll let the FCSS board know when I'm there next.
Okay, Councillor Swire?
So are you asking for $1,200 then? Is that?
I'm not asking for it, I'm just saying if you want to include it, then you're asking for 1,200. If you don't want to include it, then we're not going to worry about the $1,200, and it'll just be wards 1 to 4.
That's weird. I mean, I think the two should be working together, but I mean, I would say if you're gonna do a needs assessment and pay for it, then you should do all the wards for sure, and then maybe figure out where the $1,200 is coming from.
Was this something they asked administration, or is that something they asked you personally?
Well,
is this coming through you, Esther, or not really? That was your...
So, through the Reeve, so I was informed when we went down to that Assistant Deputy Minister meeting for seniors. Councillor Crick and I and Councillor Kerviak had attended, and they were discussing the fact that they were doing a needs assessment.
Yep.
So that's when we suggested to them that what would the extra cost be if you included 5 and 6 in that too, and we would take it back to council for consideration. So the cost of this extra cost, they said at the time, and obviously they've stuck by it, that any extra cost would have to be borne by the MD directly instead of through Bonnyville FCSS. So the $1,200 that it's come in at is currently not in the operating budget, so we would need to find a source of funding for that if council wants to approve it. But at the end of the day, the question is, one, does council want to move forward with including 5 and 6, wards 5 and 6 in this survey? And if so, identify a source of funding for the $1,200.
Okay, one sec. It's Councillor Fadeev, then you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so.
Oh, I hit it again. Go ahead.
So what else could we learn from 5 and 6 if we know the assessment for 1 and 4? It's a pretty wide demographic already, right? We're dealing with, from Goodrich all the way down to past Fort Kent. So if we included 5 and 6, how much more would we learn from a needs assessment as it would be if we just kept it as it is?
Well, the percentages change is what you're saying.
But people are the same, right? It's
Yeah.
just rural.
Yeah, one sec. She was going to answer that, or can you answer that?
Mr. Reeve, I was just going to comment that I'm not quite sure. I haven't dug deep into the what exactly their approach is going to be for the survey. Are they going to include a differentiation between awards 1, award 2, award 3 respondent or not? I'm not quite sure how they're going to do that, so I can't really answer that question.
Like, I don't think it should be excluded, but I'm just saying that what more, like, what can we, for the extra $1,200, what else are we getting besides that they wouldn't know off the 1 and 4 to begin with?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swaggart?
Yeah, I just think if they're gonna go do a needs assessment, you might as well do it properly and do the whole thing, and $1,200 isn't much, and I kind of agree with you, but well, I mean, what it may mean is at least this group will do a needs assessment and talk to Cold Lake FCSS and say, well, what are you already doing? Because we want, we hate to have them say, okay, well, in wards 5 and 6, we're going to have a food program or whatever for seniors, and then of course Cold Lake says we already do that, so you don't need to. I just think if this will help them talk more with Cold Lake and kind of work out the details for the entire MD. So I'd make a motion to go ahead and help fund the $1,200 to have them do a proper assessment of the whole MD.
Okay, we have a motion, I guess. We'll just wait for it to come up on the screen.
Mr. Reeve?
Yes.
It's my understanding we need a source of funding identified for this $1,200 as part of the motion.
Okay, you probably need to ask them where we could get this if this goes through.
Mr. Interim CAO, do you have a recommendation?
Card.
No, to me, it's either or. Just for $1,200 for the needs assessment might get capture a little bit from wards 5 and 6, but
Okay,
As far as the source of funding, would you
Source of
recommend
funding-
cash flow reserves or find it within our current budget?
I would think we could find it within our current budget. I don't think we have to pull from cash flow reserves.
we have it written up yet? Esther's budget. Counselor Swigert. All right. Thank you, Counselor Swigert, for making this motion that council approves providing supplementary funds towards the Bonneville Family and Communities FCSS Needs Assessment Project in the amount of $1,200 to include the MD of Bonneville Ward 5 and 6 in the assessment to be funded from the 2024 operating budget. Any discussion on this, Deputy Reeve and then Councillor Fadeev? Oh, I shut you off. Hit the button again. You're good to go.
I don't need you to approve.
Yeah,
my
I know, I
talking,
got you,
right?
I got
So,
you, I
okay.
got you. Yeah,
I can speak at any time.
that's right.
I'm just curious, you may have mentioned it before, like, so who's doing this for $50,000 and what is it that they're doing exactly? Like, did they actually pick someone yet, or is that the lowest of the tenders that they had, or? I got him.
The email I have says, it is our recommendation that we award the project to Morehouse and Associates.
And what is it that they're after exactly?
A needs assessment, I guess, to see what the needs are for the FCSS to provide preventative services to in the MD of Bonneville.
All right.
Councillor Fadeev.
Yeah, I'm for this, but I wish that 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago when they started this initiative, that the conversations were had with Coal Lake saying, hey, we're doing this initiative program. Would you guys like to get involved in this? And then just kind of going ahead with this. So cart before the horse.
Any other discussion, gentlemen? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you.
Thank you.
Nine point 4.1.
Good afternoon, Council. I have here the Infrastructure Services 2024 third quarterly report. Infrastructure Services is presenting the third quarter report for council information. Transportation Manager Monty Denenko will present the fleet, facilities and utilities and transportation reports. And post that report, we will just give council a brief update on the Truman Bridge, although it's not part of the third quarter report. We'll just give council a brief update on that.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning, good, you got me. Good afternoon.
So I'll start with the infrastructure third quarter report. First item is the 2024 design build of the Cherry Grove Fire Hall and Grader Shop. Pile installation got underway in the third quarter, followed by the grade beam installation. The prefabricated building arrived at the end of October, and work is ongoing on that project. We purchased 4,400 tons of MC250 asphalt stabilized base course for patching material and pothole repairs. On the culvert and bridges projects, Range Road 435 north of 622, that culvert replacement has been complete. Township 630 west of Range Road 471, there's some DFO approval delays, and the schedule will be reviewed by the contractor. So this was reviewed. It's been decided that this work will be completed in the spring. We have the materials stored in our yard currently. Range Road 480 south of Township 610, contractor mobilized at the end of September, and expected completion is mid-November, and that was complete. We're just wrapping up some fencing issues. Fort Kent and Ardmore Lagoon desludging. This was completed at 500 cubic meter anaerobic cells within Ardmore and Fort Kent Lagoon systems. Cell liners were also repaired during the project, which wrapped up in September. Fort Kent Catch Basin project. Concrete curb and gutter was repaired surrounding 5 catch basin locations in Fort Kent. Project resolved the water ponding issues that were caused from settlement over time. This was done in July. And that's it for the infrastructure report. Any questions on that one?
Yeah, Dana?
Yeah, I had a question just about the, I guess, cold mix or whatever you call it, ASBC. Was that is that something we do in the spring and summer though, right? So is that something we just purchased, like when did we get that? And we've used it all up, or does it sit over the winter? I'm not sure.
Through the Deputy Reeve to Councillor Swaggart. So this is the MC250 is our patching material, which is made from, it's MC250 as opposed to the stuff we use on the roads when we do a rip and relay. This year it was a bit late. We did have a lot left over from the previous year, so we waited until midsummer to get this mixed out. So we'll always have a stockpile of this in the yard.
So we generally do. We stockpile it all winter and then use it next year. Is that?
Yes, so we used, of this 4,400, we used approximately half of this, so we're currently sitting on approximately 2,000 tons in the yard.
And I had a question about Range Road 435, Township Road 622, and the culverts that were put in. There's drainage ditches? Well, it doesn't appear to be, but are there ditches that we're going to be cleaning or something to feed those culverts, or?
The current, ditches are there. There's a natural drainage there from the north to the.
Natural drain, like that's across the fields, that's what I'm talking about. So there's farmers' fields and there's drainage ditches across the fields. Is that what these culverts were actually put in there for?
Through the Reeve, to Councillor Wright, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So do you think we'll maintain those ditches, or I'm not sure if there's a plan to?
If it's a registered ditch, we will maintain it, correct?
Are they registered though?
I can get back to you on that. I don't know off the top of my head.
Because just find out. Thanks.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Go on.
Good. Next is the transportation review. So the first item, the roadside brushing and ditch improvements. 21.6 kilometers of ditch length is scheduled to be cleared. The contractor mobilized at the end of September and is expected to be completed by the end of October. He is complete. He was completed in early November. We're currently inspecting it in hopes to sign the CCC. Drainage improvements. Bear Trap Lake outlet culvert was replaced. That was a large 800 millimeter fish bearing culvert. And we replaced another 800 millimeter culvert on Range Road 461 and 610 prior to doing the rip and relay in that area. Dust control program. Dust suppressant was applied to 29 locations throughout the MD. and the cold mix was applied to one roadway portion for a resident dust control concern. The Rip and Relay program, there were 8 Rip and Relay project locations that were completed this season. We're reviewing next year's program. The graveling program, there was 73,400 tons on our roads in the annual regraveling program, which accounted for 273 miles of roads being regraveled or spot graveled. Shoulder pole program, there were 5 shoulder pole locations that were completed. They were all completed in-house. The line painting this year, we had 46 road line painting locations. This was awarded on May 1st and included painting required roadway lines as well as crosswalks, airport, runway, and staging areas. This work was all complete at the end of August. And the crack sealing program this year, we concentrated on the subdivision roads, 21 kilometers of subdivision roads, 15 kilometers of secondary highways, and 5 parking areas were crack sealed. This was completed in September. A few roadways were acquired. Range Road 472 north of Township Road 622. The CCC for this has been signed. And after the 1-year warranty period, care, custody, and control and maintenance will be adopted by us. This was an industry initiative on a road that did not exist before, so this was a brand new road. Another one was 463 north of Highway 55. Industry requested the use of this road, which we determined required widening to safely be utilized as an industry road. This work was also completed and the CCC has been signed. So again, we'll take over care, custody, and control in the summer of 2025. The reconstruction project, so this is Township 622, Dupree Road, from Range Road 470 to 474. This project includes grading, gravel base, and paving work for the first 3 miles, and then they're going to build a high-grade gravel road for that last mile from 473 to 474. It was tendered. However, due to timing limitations, it has been requested to terminate the tender and participate in a new tender process. This work is anticipated to be completed in Q2 2025. It's already out for tender. It closes at the end of November of this year. So it should see action there early next year. And here's the number of concerns. We had 205 concerns in the third quarter. And total for the year is 647. There's all the different categories. And that is all for transportation.
Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, don't worry, my question won't be how much does shoulder poles cost us. It's more to do with crack sealing on the paths. I kind of brought it up earlier. Have we done that? I mean, we've been asking for a few years, and I don't know if we've done any of that yet. So,
through the Reeve to Councillor, to Deputy Reeve Scarson, we've discussed this a few times with the former manager of parks. There are some large cracks. We haven't done any yet on our budget. So
how do we take care of that going forward? Because I think, again, we've asked this every year, and I don't know if we got to the bottom of it, because before we know it, we're going to they're going to be gone. These paths are going to be deteriorated because I see them, big cracks with weeds going through them and stuff, right? So we got to take care of these, and I guess we got to figure out whose department is looking after what there, right? So what do you think is the best way to go forward on that?
Through the Reeve to Deputy Reeve Scarson, I think the best way would be to
through the Reeve to Deputy Reeve Scarson. I've flagged this to have a discussion with our parks manager and to, as interim CAO had mentioned before, to make sure that all involved departments are engaged to make sure, one, we're dealing with any weeds, or two, where are we at with our repair and maintenance program and our trails.
So are you committing then to say that there will be a full maintenance program ready to implement for next spring? Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the Reeve, I'm saying we do currently do a maintenance program. We cut the grass. Have we done any crack filling? That's what I have to confirm with my parks manager to see what exactly that means. We have been doing a maintenance program for sure. I don't know all the details of what exactly we did this spring or this summer versus last summer and where we got going into next summer. So I'll
I would
dig
just
into the
ask that, I
detail.
mean, it's gotta be priority. We gotta start fixing these cracks, otherwise, you know how it's gonna be, right? These trails are just gonna end up crumbling to no good, right? So, it's just like a road, really, right? We gotta take care of them, so.
This
Anyways,
is a huge
yeah.
asset management issue. Life cycle management is huge. The more we can patch it and the longer we can keep it going, 100%.
Yeah, we agree on it, right? So we just gotta see action on it, cause they've been growing for years now, so.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Crick?
Yeah, I have a question to ask, but first, we do definitely need to address the cracks in the trails, otherwise it'll be just like Ward 1. So my question though is,
Non-existent?
Township Road 622, that last road you were talking about there, that's gonna be retendered. We had an agreement with CNRL, I think, on that one, did we not?
That is correct.
And so will this affect the agreement at all? Or is price gonna change on that?
I'll speak on that through the Reeve to Councillor Crick. It may. We have a council motion to contribute $4.4 million, I believe was the number, to the project. We'll see what the tender comes in at. If the tender price is more than that, I'll be back to council for another motion to increase that if necessary. So once the prices are known and we know what CNRL's contribution is, they're committed to funding the whole thing through a road use agreement that we have with them that they pay us back till it's all paid off. So we will be coming back to council once we find out those numbers for sure. So to answer your question, I don't know if that's going to change that amount that council we have a resolution for today. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Monty. Any other questions? That's it for your report?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Got the other one, the other half.
Sorry, forgot. I think it's
That's
morning.
okay.
Forgot a report. So just a brief update on the Truman Bridge from the incident that occurred the evening of October 25th. The bridge was damaged, as everyone knows, by a logging truck. The RCMP are looking or are investigating it. We did a level 2 inspection on November the 2nd, which involves non-destructive testing, ultrasonic inspections, and so on. Last Friday, we had approval to open it from our bridge engineer, so it has been reopened with a 5-ton maximum weight, and it's been signed and reopened. We left our aero board signs there to warn traffic of the new restrictions. So we are coming up with some options as far as go-forward plan, whether to repair it and with cost and timing and so on. So that'll be coming soon to the council or to committee of the whole.
All right, thank you. Councillor Fadeev?
Yeah, good afternoon. In regards to the bridge, I know this is not your department, but I wish Mr. Gandolfi was here for this. Seems like the RCMP are just like we're not getting a lot of answers from them. And maybe we can look into it further, because it seems like locals know when there was a bobcat out there clearing the logs. They know what time it was, but yet we have no clue of who did it. I don't know. It seems, quite suspicious that nobody knows, but yet there was somebody out there clearing the logs just right after it happened. So there's got to be something better than we're investigating. We haven't found anything out yet.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt?
I can speak a little bit to that. So after, when we, I guess we ran into some roadblocks from the RCMP or the, last week, I did instruct the peace officers to do a full investigation to follow up on all leads. So we do have officers canvassing the area and the locals to get more information. So right at this point, we don't have any further information, but there is some leads that they are following up on. So we've kind of taken it back into our own hands to make sure that everything's followed up, because we all know this could be a very inexpensive repair job on the bridge, and if there is insurance by the loggers, then they should be held responsible.
All right, thank you. Any other? Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reeve. So at this point, administration's recommended action is that council accepts the Infrastructure Services 2024 third quarterly report as information.
Okay, thank you. Looking for a motion? Okay, Councillor Fadeev, thank you for making this motion. The council accepts the Infrastructure Services 2024 third quarterly report as information. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Carried, thank you.
Thank you.
9.5.1.
Good afternoon, council.
Good afternoon.
So I have bylaw number 1880, the amending boards and committees bylaw. In September, council passed new bylaws establishing joint boards with other participating municipalities. And in response to this change, administration has prepared a bylaw to make necessary amendments to the municipal boards and committees bylaw. Council gave first reading to this bylaw on October 22nd, 2024. And today, administration is just seeking second and third reading of the bylaw if council so wishes.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Swigert.
Yeah, I'll make the motion for a second reading.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swigert for making this motion. That bylaw number 1880 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonneville, number 87 to amend bylaw number 1748 boards and committee bylaws be given second reading. Any discussion? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Looking for third. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making that motion that bylaw number 1880 be given third reading. Any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Thank you. That's carried as well. On to 9.5.2.
So continuing with the joint board discussions, with the established boards, we just need appointments. We need an appointment of a member of council to each board. So we need council to appoint someone to the.
Mike Kraviak for both? Something like that.
I thought I heard him mention it, yeah.
I think on the phone this morning, he was telling me that he'd want both of these. He did? All right, it's all confirmed. Sorry.
No,
I
that's
couldn't
fine. So our recommendation is for council to appoint someone to the Joint Assessment Review Board and then appoint another member of council, be it the same person or someone different, to the Intermunicipal Subdivision and Development Appeal Board.
All right, thank you. Anybody wants to volunteer? And then we can appoint you.
I don't want to volunteer, but this Councillor Fadeev, you have the training already required for this position, I think, right? So if I was to do it, I'd have to take a week of training, and it's less than a year to the election, so I think it makes sense to, I'll nominate Councillor Fadeev.
He accepts. Thank you. So make a motion?
Sure.
Make that motion?
That's a motion, yeah.
All right, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making that motion that council approves appointment of Councillor Fadеев to the Joint Assessment Review Board for a one-year term effective November 12, 2024. Any discussion? I knew that was coming. Go ahead.
Might as well put it in for both.
Okay, we'll do that one next. Any other discussion on this? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Okay, carried. Somebody else make a motion, please, for the next one. Councillor Crick, Councillor Swaggart? Either one?
Same, we've only really got one guy in council that has the training, so if Councillor Fadеев's okay with that, then we'll make that.
All right, thank you, Councillor Swaggart, for making this motion that council approves the appointment of Councillor Fadеев to Intermunicipal Subdivision and Development Appeal Board for a one-year term effective November 12, 2024. Any discussion on this, gentlemen?
Mr. I'll just quickly note for
Yep.
clarity that Councillor Fadeo has the training for the Assessment Review Board, but no member of council has ever sat on an SDAB, so none of you have the training for that board. So whether it was Councillor Fadeo or anyone would still need to do that training, but it's very similar to the Assessment Review Board training course.
You're still okay with that? Yep. All right, thank you for that. I'll call for the vote. That's carried as well, thank you. Looking forward here to 9.5.3.
So lastly, again, with regard to the joint boards, one of the hopefully last things that we need to look at this year for those joint boards is appointment of a chair to the Joint Assessment Review Board. Through the MGA, the appointment of a chair is required to be done jointly by all of the participating municipalities. To date, none of the other municipalities have made this appointment, so the MD will be the first one making this motion. And then I've indicated with my contact at the town that I will let them know who council appoints today, and they will plan to make the same recommendation to their council at their meeting tonight.
She just keeps looking at Ben for some reason.
Oh, sorry, but the appointment could be Councillor Fadeo, or it could be the person appointed by the town or the person appointed by the Village of Glendon. Their appointments are higher up in the report. I believe it's, Councillor McAvoy from the town of Bonnyville and the Village of Glendon had appointed their mayor, Rorschach, to the board. And the Summer Villages haven't appointed a member of council to the board yet, so.
Well, he's there anyway, so we might as well appoint him, correct? Is that okay with you, Ben? Yeah. Someone like to make that motion? Yeah, Councillor Crick makes that motion. That council appoints Councillor Fadеев as the chair of the Joint Assessment Review Board for a one-year term, effective immediately. Any discussion on this, gentlemen? Okay, I see none. I'll call for the vote. The next motion is, that's carried. Who's having Christmas dinner at their place? So I think we're going to nominate Ben Fadеев. All right, we have, thank you, by the way. We have a 9.5.4. Josh, again. 1 second, I'm going to turn your bad boy
Thank
on.
you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I actually do have more of an opinion on this one. So this is Bill C-293. It's a bill in the Parliament, and there's just some concerning language in there. I've had a few people reach out to me with concerns, and I heard a lady ask at the RMA last week with concerns about it. And the Minister of Agriculture, R.J. Sigurdsson, he also shared concerns with the bill. So it's gone through the House and it's in the Senate right now. But there's wording in there that says, I'll read a few of the statements here. It says, regulate commercial activities that can contribute to pandemic risk, including industrial animal agriculture. And then it goes on, promote commercial activities that can help reduce pandemic risk, including the production of alternative proteins, and phase out commercial activities that disproportionately contribute to pandemic risk, including activities that involve high-risk species. It's just not really clear, I guess, what species they're talking about and if they're referring to the cattle industry. I also pulled up an article last night looking at, it actually quotes R.G. Sigurdsson in here. And he says in this article, he says, "We've heard over and over again from our livestock producers that there needs to be changes to this bill, the overall impact, and for investor confidence. We talk about food security and safety, and this doesn't, in our opinion, help at all. And also the impact of what this means to Canadians overall on food affordability. This is why we're coming to the microphone right now. It's a call to action to the federal government to come back to the table and work with our livestock producers to make changes." And so I just would like to recommend that our administration come back to next council meeting, maybe with a little more information on this bill, and then maybe we'll possibly write a letter to outlining our concerns, I guess, from the MD, just because it's, I think it's concerning, I guess, for our livestock producers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fadеев?
Yeah, I think it's past writing a letter. I mean, it's in front of Parliament now. So what the Minister of Ag said is for everybody to write the Senate, write their senator, because I mean, this is the ag. There was the ag chair that brought it up on the mic. So all of the ag producers in Alberta know about it. The minister knows about it, and I think it's in front of Parliament now. And I think it's important for everybody concerned to write a letter to their senator and get that voice up there, because that's where it is right now. So us writing a letter to whoever is just, there's no sense of it. Write a letter to your senator is what we should do for every one of us.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Slipchuk?
I believe the senator said, or the ag minister said to send a letter to our senator as a municipality, that we're not against this.
I'm pretty sure we can do that as well, yeah. So Matt will get a letter drafted up and I'll sign it, the way it goes. Sorry, you told me you could speak at any time, so.
Oh, you want me to jump in?
Yeah.
Just a quick note that I sent in an email to you guys with the link to the open parliament. It has the transcript right in there of the whole debate, so there's a lot of information in there you can look at, so.
Thank you for that.
Do we,
Councillor Crick?
do we need a motion to get administration to draft a letter up on behalf of the municipality?
I have to ask that lady right there.
Or do we just,
I say yes, because if there's no motion, nothing happens.
Councillor Fadеев?
I think also the Ag Service Board, are you chair of that? I think it's important for you guys to write a letter from the Ag Service Board from that, and then one from us as well.
Yeah.
So I think we have to hit this as many sides as we can, but yeah, the Ag Service Board should be all over it, like.
Yeah. And I only read a few things that I was concerned with. I read the bill last night. I got highlights all over the place of things that concern me about it anyways.
Very good.
Yeah, if we can have a motion, then shows
Alright.
our strong support, writing the letter, and then I believe there's an Ag Service Board meeting later this month that will.
Well, you guys could actually get on the horn to each other and not wait for the meeting, right?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Someone like to make this motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion that we draft a letter to outlining our concerns with the bill.
Right? We'll just wait for that.
Sorry, which ministry is this going to?
The senators.
Senator?
Yeah.
Okay.
Matt, is this something that you think all ag service boards would be able to do? Like, is the word out on that, or?
There is a regional meeting for our zone this week that it's already on the agenda for
okay.
discussion. So all the other area municipalities will be talking about it.
Okay.
Councillor Fadеев?
Yeah, I think it's for anybody that is listening, or the newspaper that's might be listening on this. In order for, it's important for, the message to get out there for everybody that can write a letter to do that as well. So again, we heard from the Minister of Agriculture from the Alberta government that he has deep concerns about this, and I think the more letters are out there to senators, the better it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Holy.
Am I on the wrong chart here, or is it not coming up for me?
Nothing up yet.
There we go. Nope.
Steph wants to
Sorry,
speak.
I'm just, who are we writing this letter to?
Well, how many senators, yeah, like even our locals, how many senators are here?
Which
Like,
So
Senator.
I think it's Paula Simons is our senator for, she's Alberta North, I believe. So Paula Simons, Paulo Simons, Simons. So it's paula.simons@senator.parl.gc.ca is her email.
Matt, did you make provisions for bringing in supper?
yeah, he's still looking for lunch here. Our bellies are all full, so we can joke about it now.
Yeah.
Crick.
Is Counselor Crick, then, that's okay.
I know I'm doing all the talking, but it's,
Ben's on everything else today, so he might as well be on that one. Thank you, Counselor Crick, for making this motion that council directs administration to draft a letter from the Reeve to Senator Paul Simons regarding concerns with Bill C-293. Any discussion on this? Yes, Counselor Fidel.
we could also CC Department Member of Parliament for Coal Lake, Bonneville, and also St. Paul as well, and our MLA, just a CC on it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. Carried, thank you. On to correspondence and information. Mr. Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Eden. Council, few of the highlights from correspondence. I'll direct you to 10.5, so email from MLA Scott Sear, letter to Alberta Ministries for meeting requests regarding rural crime. So that meeting is scheduled for November 25th at 9:30 in Edmonton, and there will be 3 ministers there. So I believe right now we have the Reeve scheduled to go there, so. Next, we have 10.12, so that's email from Alberta Municipal Affairs regarding local government fiscal framework capital allocations. So that's just an update on our grant money that we'll be getting next year. There is a slight reduction from previous years. Next would be 10.18. So email from U11 Lakeland Panthers. They're looking for a letter of support for their provincial hockey championship bid. Does council have a problem sending that letter of support?
I don't think so. Sorry, Dana, I didn't see you there.
Oh, no, it's okay. Hey, Matt, can I just
Yep.
ask you about, did we write a letter for 10.4 for Destination Marketing Organization?
Yes, that's already complete.
That was done? Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Next one being 10.19, so email from Glendon Agricultural Society, invitation for a tour of their, the arena. And we did get some, and text here just this morning asking if you guys were looking to tour the arena, if you'd be able to do it maybe next Tuesday or next Thursday at 6 p.m. So, kind of
Glendon.
giving us a Glendon.
You know, I can go if you set it up as, I could go.
Is one day better than the other?
Yes.
Tuesday or Thursday?
Well, it's dark, so to me, it don't matter. That'll be fine. I work with lights and without lights.
Okay, so if we do Tuesday, we can send out an invitation to all council then who's
Sure.
ever able to attend.
Sure.
So we'll do Tuesday next week.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Next, 10.20, so another letter of support request from Law Enforcement Training Center expansion in Lac La Biche. Does council have a problem sending a letter of support for that?
I don't think so.
Is there anything else, council?
What about that FCM?
Yes. So that is a letter from Wheatland County asking for support of our council in, for SCM for their kind of agenda going forward. Has everybody had a chance to read that letter?
What was their response when didn't we send a letter like this out to everybody? Same thing?
That was a few years ago, yes.
Yeah. Do we have much support on that? I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
Kind of a mixed support.
Sorry, didn't push you yet. Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, when we canceled our FCM, we did have the president of FCM fly down to RMA and meet with us. And they told us at that time that they're working on a couple plans to address our rural concerns. That's why they came up with the Western Rural Task Force. And that's when they appointed so they don't recognize anybody under 100,000 people. So they had Mayor Iverson sit on that board. And so again, it was just a lot of talk, but the end of the day is we did not get recognized as rural. And I still believe it's going that way. I mentioned it in my campaign speech that we need to, RMA has to be a stronger voice for rural. We're not getting it through FCM. Paul sat on the board for years and he's pretty forward, and he felt like he was getting nowhere. So I'm in 100% favor of supporting Wheatland County with their ask of exiting our membership from FCM.
Councillor Crick?
Yeah, I was going to bring this letter forward to our attention as well. I had a lot of conversations at RMA with different people regarding this letter, just walking around, meeting up with different people, including Amber, that's the Reeve of Wheatland County that signed the letter here. There's really kind of two sides of it. One side is, we boycott FCM because they're really pushing, kind of the left woke agenda, a lot of the climate change stuff. They're really not doing a good job representing rural municipalities. The other side is some of the stuff they're advocating for, like the kind of crazy end of the diversity, equity, and inclusion spectrum. It's just kind of, if we're not there to have a voice of common sense at their conference when they're voting on resolutions, then the perception to the government in Ottawa at the time could be that municipalities across Canada are thinking this way because we're not there to give our opinion, right? And so like the last FCM conference, I spoke against, I think, 4 out of the 6 resolutions, and also had a chance to ask the Prime Minister when he was going to balance the budget, since we know it won't balance itself, which he didn't answer the question anyways. But, so I don't know, I see the point of the letter and boycotting them, but I guess I also see the point that, and even in talking to Amber, like their council's chosen to go the route of canceling their FCM membership, boycott it. But she says, yeah, absolutely, somebody needs to be there to speak to these resolutions, right? So I think I'd be in favor of going just so that guy can have a voice of reason at the table there and speak in as common sense to these resolutions that are coming forward.
Councillor Fadеев.
Yeah, so there's a saying that goes, if you're not at the table, you're on a menu, right? So it's very similar to that. But yeah, we do have our rural representatives. I believe the gentleman, so Neil from Strathcona County sits on that. And so we are represented on like in those forums, but not enough. And I'm still in favor of not being part of them.
Okay, let's, do we need to make a motion to see if we send a letter of support to Wheatland County or not, or?
Yeah, if council would like.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's okay.
I should have never taken my mic off.
That's all right.
So I think they're not asking for a letter of support. They're asking for us to
Boycott?
boycott. I mean, just to support them with this and seeing that they're there. I know another county that's not doing it is Ponoka County as well. So Ponoka County was, or is the past president's, he was a reeve of that, and they're opting out. So again, that's got to send a pretty strong message that they're not being heard, right? So.
Well, I know when I was there last year, I was it was pretty discouraging, and I do agree with you, Councillor Crick, that we need a voice there, but it was a terrible conference to be at. It was so not us. It was terrible. All right, Councillor Crick.
Yeah, I agree 100% with the Reeve on that it was a terrible conference to be at as well. I just, I'm willing to go to a terrible conference to speak the truth and be a voice of reason at it. In walking around at the RMA, they're having a lot of conversations with different people. I also discussed with some of the people there that this approach is a good one. And I asked people specifically about this letter, so we all know what we were talking about, right? And some people said that, yeah, there was a kind of a general consensus about a bunch of people that let's keep going, RMA, speak against some of this nonsense, or FCM, I guess, but also support this idea. And there's talk of forming a rural municipalities kind of Canada, I guess, type organization, which I think is really quite a wise idea, because if all the rural municipalities ditch FCM, then we can start a kind of a common sense rural forum that'll actually advocate for rural Alberta or rural municipalities, regardless of what province we're in.
And I've had a lot of good sideline conversation at every FCM where you're talking for somebody down east, and they, when they first hear that you're from Alberta, especially northern Alberta, they really they're kind of quiet until you start talking to them, and they're realizing that the same issues that we have, they have as well. So you do change opinions when you're down there, but I don't think FCM is getting the message. The conversations afterwards are amazing, and I'm 110% supportive of it, but the whole organization itself is not getting the point.
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
I just think if we do this, I think all of Alberta should do this, and then that would send a message. That would be the best, but I don't know if everyone's willing to take that step. I don't think so, but
Well,
go ahead.
I agree 100% with what you're saying there, that if we do it, all of Alberta should do it. But if it's only 4 or 5 municipalities, there's 69 rural municipalities plus all the urbans. I think there's 320 urbans.
Yeah.
So if 5 or 6 pull out, well, it's really not going to make much difference.
No.
But I'd be happy either way.
Sorry, I don't see him on the thing here. All right, go ahead.
One of the asks in the letter is to send a similar letter to FCM, like Wheatland County's letter, for supporting that. And also if council does want to support it and not attend FCM or not be a member, that's another way also.
Yeah, and Wheatland County is bringing planning to bring a resolution to RMA in the spring, basically trying to get us to, and I had conversations with people too, that we need to work together as a group, vote on it as a group of rural municipalities, which way we go, and then go collectively as a whole group, right? So they're going to bring a resolution to FCM in that kind of regards in the spring. Sorry,
RMA,
to RMA, yeah.
yeah.
You know.
Okay, what motion did we just make? Or did someone make a motion? Still conversation? One sec, go ahead.
I mean, I agree that there's concerns, and they're asking us to send a letter outlining our concerns to FCM, and we probably, I think we all probably should do that. But in my opinion, that doesn't make much sense for 1 or 2 or 3 municipalities to pull out, because then you have no voice. But I'd make a motion to at least write a letter to FCM on our behalf and say, yeah, we're not being supported rurally. You know, if you're not over, what was 100,000 people, you're
considering nobody?
Yeah. So it's, I mean, they're asking for a letter, so we can move forward with doing that.
So are you making a motion then?
I'll make a letter that we write FCM a letter listing our concerns, and I'm not quite sure what all our concerns are, but I guess we can come up with something.
Yes, go ahead, Steph.
Just for our clarity, would you want us to CC all rural municipalities of Alberta like we did last time we sent a letter like this, or just to FCM?
I think it's easy to CC all the other municipalities, so I think if it isn't.
Okay, Councillor Fadeev.
I think the letter from Reeve Link kind of says it all. It's CC FCM, Saskatchewan Association of Rural, Association of Manitoba, and everybody else that's listed on there. I just let everybody know that we're not happy with the representation of rural Alberta, RMA included in there, but also the other I guess agencies as well.
So we don't really need, do we?
No,
It's
we
already
should.
taken care of, or should we send another letter?
Well, no, I think
one.
our municipality, it's important that every municipality would send, every rural municipality would send a letter of concern. But I like Councillor Fadeev's comments, though, not just Alberta-wide, but all the other provinces too. I mean, FCM's huge.
All right, read what it says there. Are you guys happy with that?
There's a detail listed in her email.
Mr. Reeve, if council may, we'll take out we'll remove the send copy to all rural municipalities portion from the motion, but what we can do is we can CC the letter to the same CCs from the Wheatland County letter, if that pleases council.
I couldn't hear you on that one, sorry.
We could send a copy to all of the people that would have been CC'd in Wheatland County's letter and just mimic what they did for their CC.
Okay. Is that good? So, thank you, Councillor Swigert, for making this motion. The Council directs administration to draft a letter from the Reeve to the Federation of Canada Municipalities, FCM, in the support of Wheatlands County's concerns voiced in their letter dated November 1st, 2024. Any discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Okay, that should be it for correspondence.
All right, I'm just looking for a motion for correspondence, please. Okay, thank you, Councillor Fadeev, for making this motion that council accepts the following correspondence as information 1 through 21. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. Council reports. Who would like to start? Anybody? Go ahead.
Well, like everyone, I was at the RMA on the last week, and yeah, lots of good things. A couple of good meetings with some ministers as well, McIver, and then the RCMP guys as well. It was funny. I seen the one fellow's name from the RCMP. He was doing an interview for something completely unrelated on Global a couple of days later. So I got to say to my kids, "Oh, I met with that guy last week." So they were impressed for about half a second. So, anyways. Yeah, and besides that, I went to a couple Remembrance Days, one last week and one yesterday, and they were both really good, so big turnouts for ours anyways, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Turn you on.
Yeah, I just went to our RMA and I shared most of what I did there already. I did ask the Minister of Education a question in regards to the disparity in homeschool funding. Just for people watching that aren't aware, the province allocates about $1,900 a student for homeschool funding, and most parents will give up an income so that one parent can stay home to teach those kids. And in the public system, they're allocated about $13,000 a student. So I just asked him about that, and I don't know if anything will come of it, but I thought it was good to bring awareness to it. And other than that, a few other conversations with other ministers that I bumped into in the hallways there, and then, like I said, a bunch of stuff about FCM that I talked about. That's it for me.
Thank you. Who's next? Oh. Second. Try that again. Okay, there we go. Dana?
Yeah, not much extra. It is nice to go to RMA and have our premier speak, and Peter Mansbridge had a good presentation, that was already mentioned. And then it was interesting to have Nancy from the NDP speak. Anyway, it's nice to go to those things and listen to the ministers and have questions. And, we have a few guys on council that will pop up and ask some tough questions to the ministers. So that's always good to hear. One of them that I always are interested in hearing is the cost of electricity in Alberta and the transmission distribution rates. And that was brought up by somebody too. So that was a good one. And then I already did bring up had a discussion with Mr. Todd Posley, who used to work at the MD of Bonneville and Rec. Now he's at Paine to Earth, but they were talking about solar projects, and I'm not sure how this municipality kind of gets on board with solar, but anyway, a lot of the smaller municipalities are doing it, and they're kind of reaping the benefits of doing it now, so I think that's something we should be looking at. And then I did the Remembrance Day in Ardmore, which was a nice event.
Thank you. Councillor Fidel.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to thank council for supporting me in my endeavors for RMA president. I fell a little short of my goals. I guess there's the hopes and then there's the actual realities. But regards to that, I had a chance to ask Minister Schultz of our renewal water diversion license before, we would get a 10-year license and it would just matter of them signing it over. Now there's a bunch of red tape that's attached to it, and I was asking Minister Schultz that why would we want to spend $40,000 on going ahead with this? Way we can just go get fresh water for about $1,000. So, as typical government says, we're working on this. We're talking to this department and we're talking to that department. We spoke with Minister Wilson's department. We brought that up to them. We spoke with environment as well, and they just keep kicking the can down the road. So they say they keep cutting red tape, but I see none of it. So yeah, that's it. Cold Lake High School for Remembrance Day. It was good to see that they made all the kids show up, so it was good.
Thank you. Councillor Sipchik.
Yeah, I went to RMA. I found Peter Mansbridge was a very good speaker. I think the best speaker we've had since I've been going there. And I have to agree with Councillor Fidel about the red tape stuff. I know we discussed that water diversion stuff started in May, and there's still no answers can't be given. Like, I don't know how long it takes for them to get an answer and fix this stuff up. But also I attended Remembrance Day at Iron River School. Hats off to them, they did a wonderful job. Mr. McGilvery was there. He's so spry and active at 101 years old. It's just amazing, and it's great to see the kids look at him just like they're amazed. So it brings respect and everything, so it teaches our kids. And great job to Iron River School for what they did.
Oh, you want to say something to that?
No, I didn't actually, but I wanted to ask, well, why don't you finish?
Okay, I'll
first?
shut you off.
Why don't you finish first, because I want to ask about Matrix, it was a check thing, but it was Matrix video presentation or something. We spent 60,000. I'm not sure what that was for.
Okay, I'll finish first then.
Yeah.
Well, I attended the same conference you guys did. Very proud of all of you guys. Ben, that was quite a feat. He went up there very proud of his speech. He did an awesome job. I think he would do an awesome job in that department. It's just probably the biggest thing is you never sat on the board, so nobody really knows you there. So, but you really represented us well. Thank you to I believe it was Darcy and Ben that went to. Darcy went with me to the policing with Matt, and Ben. We went to see Mr. MacGyver. You guys both did a bang-up job. I think it was a really good meeting with RCMP and with Rick MacGyver. And thank you, Matt. You did a great job keeping us in order. We had a little bit of a problem down there. We thought we were going to one meeting and we're actually going to another. But anyway, thank you. All right. You have a question now?
Yeah, it was just, this video system, Matt, was this the Matrix? Is this what we paid the money for?
I just see it up here on the check registry. I'm not 100% with the Matrix Video Communications Corp., but I can find out.
I gotta assume it's this stuff, but maybe it wasn't, so.
Yeah,
It'd be nice to know
I
what.
assume, but yes, I can get some
find out.
clarification on that and I'll email council.
Thank you.
All right. I'm looking for a motion to go into closed section. Thank you, Councillor Fadeev. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Carried. Good. Thank you.